everybody, and here we are, the last day of the Esports World Cup America's Qualifiers. I'm Matcham, joined by Porosaurus. We're going to be taking you through all 6 games that are remaining, and dude, we have had some barn burners of some matches so far.
I mean, it's been kind of wild. Obviously, the big story's got to be Sonic's just dominating the lobby. Yeah. But that's kind of made all the additional storylines of who's going to qualify for this thing a little bit more interesting.
I mean, on top of that, TSM yesterday had a big come up in and of themselves.
They did.
Made this a lot more, I guess, desperate for these teams to look for those other 2 spots. TSM not secured yet. We need to make sure that we say that. Yes, they do have a pretty decent lead, but if they fumble the bag a couple of times in a row, then they could have some problems. Not as I think that we already know that Sonics is going to go, but even if that with their points, they would be going anyway, just because, I mean, still a 50-point lead over second place is absolutely ridiculous. But let's go ahead and talk about the format, points, all that other stuff to get that out of the way. Off the get-go, yes, we are in the finals. We had a round 1 and round 2 already condensed down, and so we've got our top 16 teams. The top 3 advance to the EWC PUBG Battlegrounds, in addition to Sonics. So remember the fact that Sonics are already qualified, so it's the other 3 highest scores other than Sonics. But, Oro, how do you get points to make your way through this thing?
Oh, well, if you are new here, first of all, welcome. We're glad to have you. Where you been all this time, man? Took you long enough. Let's take a look at how these teams score their points. Obviously, the first place finisher will receive 10. Second place gets 6, and then it goes down from there. And then you also get that 1 point per kill, which can be so important. And we've seen a lot here in the late games that these teams, if they're in a bad situation, they'll just go ahead and deny those points. They'll kill themselves essentially just to keep the team that wins from getting a couple of more points. But when you look at the leaderboard, how that's shaping up, it kind of makes sense as to why they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's not always it's a little anticlimactic. I'll acknowledge that. But if we look over right now, just to give you an idea on the leaderboard, Falcons are presently in 4th place. So in the qualified spot, it's 78 points. Legacy is just 1 point back behind them. So that lets you know everything that you need to know right there. 1 point denial is enough to secure a position here or there. So these guys are all over the place, but really it's just, look at that, from, I would say, Falcons all the way down to what, Bestia? 1 game can get you in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, even Space Station Elevate. I mean, it's with 6 games left. There's so many teams. I mean, even going down to Toyo, you're only 28 points away from that cut line. That's with 6 games left. That's plenty of time to get to make that up. But obviously, you kind of need to hope that the other teams have a slip up of a day, or you just hope that Sonics and TSM kind of continue to do what they do and just kind of hoover up all these points.
Big thing to watch if you're a fan for one of these other squads, other than what's our present top 4. If Sonics or TSM or pretty much any of these top 4 teams kind of cannibalize each other off the get-go, like let's say we see Falcons go down in the mid-game to do a skirmish with Sonics, that means that all the other teams that are in the hunt have to play way more proactive, or hopefully they don't lean into that defensive, okay, well, let's just try to survive for late game, but realize this is their shot. This is their opportunity to try to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this all the time, right? Where it's, if you have that lead, playing with the lead is so difficult because every bone in your body wants to play safe, wants to play conservatively. But the problem is that all these other teams are just throwing out all the stops to try to catch up to you. So if you're playing conservatively and you're leaving points on the table by doing that, then everybody else is going to catch up to you in the end. So you kind of have to maintain that same mindset that you had on day 1. Like, go out there, do what we need to do, collect as many points as we can, and just play our game and not try to just sit on the lead. Because if you do, the chances that somebody catch you are really, really high.
And this is double up pressure, because usually when we're doing qualifiers, it's like the Latin America to North America stage where it's going to be our top 8 that advance. We're cutting that down to roughly the top 4 now. And so that means it's double the amount of pressure that you're waiting for somebody else to slip up, and you can't let your foot off that gas pedal. We've seen it. I mean, Rent Free had a phenomenal day 1. Day 2 wasn't even, I wouldn't say terrible. It wasn't good, but they slid down the leaderboard just in not being able to keep that momentum up.
Yeah, and you wonder if any of these teams are going to try to get a little bit crazy. I know Sonic's at the top. Maybe they could make a decision about trying to keep somebody out of Esports World Cup that they don't want to see there. I think that we probably won't see that because there, as we said, there are PGC points on the line right now. And as of right now, if they take the win, they take 200 PGC points, which is absolutely huge. So I don't think that we'll see that. I think we'll continue to see them kind of playing their game the way we were seeing yesterday, though.
Look, I will be content if we just get a Bison or a VSS from Sonic. You don't necessarily need to go to try to gatekeep anybody out. Just bring out some revolvers, bring out some fun for me. I'll be okay with that.
I mean, look, if it gets to game like 5 or 6 and they still have a 50-point lead or whatever on second place, then you might start seeing that. But if TSM comes out today and starts lighting the world on fire and starts making a play towards Sonic's top spot, then you'll probably see them tighten up a bit. But, that remains to be seen. Right now, we obviously want to talk about Sonics because they're performing so well. But as I said yesterday, they've already qualified, right? They're not the story right here. The story is who are the 3 other teams that are going to join them in Riyadh. And right now, it's still anybody's game. I mean, you saw what that leaderboard looked like, Chad. It's not split up by a whole lot.
I mean, whenever we look at it, TSM, yes, is the most comfortable, but it's going to be gas cans right back behind them after that 20-point drop off and then the 10-point drop off down to Falcons. That's negligible with 6 games to play. I mean, just a couple of really solid performances is what got TSM into it, because TSM did not have a good day 1, and they're presently in second, just mostly due to yesterday's performance.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same with gas cans, right? Like gas cans, I mean, basically invisible on day 1, but and most of it actually day 2. It wasn't until the second half of day 2 that they started up and making a run there. So the question is gas cans, was that just a late day run for them yesterday, or is that them figuring out the lobby and now they found out what they want to do for this final day and kind of keep collecting those points? And then the other question is, can TSM keep this consistency they've kind of had? Legacy as well has been very, very consistent throughout this. Falcons has been kind of up and down, the ups being very, very high and the ups kind of being what's keeping them in this thing right now, but the downs are pretty low. So when you think about Pachau, that's a team that's got 2 wins. Luna Galaxy has a win. Rent Free, we saw what they did on day 1. Day 2 was a disaster, but they could probably turn things around here in day 3 if they chose to. Bestia the same way. SSG also another team that you can't forget about. So there's a number of teams that are in the chase here that you just don't want to have nipping at your heels really here.
You talked about the second half being key for one of the teams. Well, remember the fact that we rotate our maps around. That means that if they're going to want to try to have their good day, it's got to be at the start today, as we were kicking things off on Miramar, Tego. Then we go to the new guy, Rondo, and finishing out everything on Erangel.
Have been enjoying Rondo. I gotta say, I've been enjoying Rondo a lot. It's been a lot of fun to watch. We've seen some the winners of Rondo. That's been the only game that they've won, though. You had Luna Galaxy on day 1 and SSG on day 2. So it's still proving to be that wild card, right, where anybody can win. And add on to that the fact that we've had how many circles now that have just kind of ended right on top of cities. Like we're getting some weird zones here.
We're getting either absolutely nothing in the circle, where it's just like a hillside, or we're getting a city. And I'm fine with that, because we're getting a bit of the best of both worlds. I do hope on Miramar maybe we get some good foot rotation paths, like maybe a hillside with a couple of trenches in it or something like that. I love those firefights. Give me a good Death Star trench firefight any day of the week, man.
Oh yeah, no, those are always a blast. But it's you don't want to leave yourself to be relying on circle luck at this point in the tournament, right? When everything's on the line. And if you're TSM, it's a team that's gotten 0 circle luck, right? They've just based off of their drop spots, they're always pushing in late. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of keep that going. But it really feels like how the Sonics perform. That's going to be the bellwether, right? Like if they kind of just phone it in today a little bit and just have fun and go out early a few times, then that's going to leave a lot more points on the table for a lot of these teams that are in the chase. So I think within the first 3 games, I think the last 3 games are going to be very, very exciting. I think TSM has a shot to really secure their spot here in the first three, if they have a good, a little bit of good luck on Miramar. But other than that, man, it feels like it's going to go down to the wire.
And you'd almost want to think that if you're presently in the top three, you're hoping that Sonics continues to do well, deny out those points for everybody else, gives you a better opportunity. Everybody else that's not in those top 3 or 4 spots, they want Sonics to kind of chill out, maybe die early, have something weird happen to them, so that way there's more points back, because the point sponges between TSM and Sonics have been just so harsh to see this. And we've been talking about the last 2 days. That's why we got the compressed leaderboard. That's why we're talking about Sonics. That's why we're talking about TSM so much, is they're just denying so much. They're essentially coming to like the Thanksgiving family day buffet and then just eating all of the turkey themselves. And they're like, yeah, okay, you can go ahead and have the stuffing. That's about it. And everybody's just trying to make do with what they've got. And it's been really, really hard to see some of these squads that we can even see with the way that the circles have been performing, not even finding placement points, because we still have like 10 teams up in circle 7.
Yeah, it's weird. You get, you get 10 teams up in circle 7, but then you have the other side of that coin where you see the wild, crazy games that are ending in circle 6, right? Like it feels like there's been a lot of early game fighting as well, just on rotations and just places that we weren't really expecting to see it based on how the circles have been going. But who knows? Like there's we could sit here and talk forever about all the things that possibly could happen. But at the end of the day, it's up to these guys to get down in there and to keep their heads right and keep psychologically positive and go out there and take what they can get.
And we were kind of alluding to this earlier with Sonics, and there is also the PGC points that are on the table. So even placements outside of qualification for Esports World Cup are going to be extremely vital for these squads that end up missing ECW. They're going to want every single one of the PUBG, like the PGC points that they can pick up, man.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's all the way down to, if I'm not mistaken, let me take a look here. So, all the way down to 16th place is 5 PGC points. So, obviously the lion's share are in those top 4 spots, but you really just never know what's going to be the thing that separates at the end of the year. So you gotta get it as any opportunity that you can find to get those PGC points and set yourself up for the late year is you got to do it as best you can. So we'll see what happens.
Something mom spaghetti, right?
Something mom spaghetti indeed. As we take a look at where everybody's dropping a little bit farther west this time, so we're not going to get to go up to the northeast, which I feel like we've been seeing a lot of northeast.
We kind of have. I'm not opposed to it. I'm a little tired of kind of seeing the south of Miramar so much. So go ahead and give us a bit more of that northern area. I wouldn't say it's more scenic because we lose out on it. So we are at least going to go kind of middle of the map. We are going to keep most of Los Leones in play, but we are going to have the Impala Fields all the way up into Truck Stop. Hacienda is still inside the circle as well.
Yep, and that's actually going to be good news for a team like Falcons as they drop in loot down around Minas and Alcantara. They have pretty much their choice of where they want to play, and knowing that given the way the plane path went, everything off to their east will be fairly clear. So we'll see where they decide to go. And no hot drop to speak of here today. Gas cans after losing on day 1 to Animaniacs over there in Power Grid, they have elected to go off to the north instead, and it looks like it's going to work out pretty well for them.
Yeah, long drops coming off this plane path are going to be heavily rewarded. We've got Falcons over in Cantera. That's going to be very beneficial for them. Mercy also in a good position. TSM going to be in the circle, which is going to be good for them as they've been kind of chasing it on day 1. They've got kind of priority coming out of Los Leones, so curious to see if they're going to opt into playing to the east or maybe more into the north. Is the way that the circle's setting, I wouldn't be surprised if they lean into the control in the north just because of how strong it is.
Yeah, this is very similar to a circle that we saw on the first day. Where we saw, I can't remember who actually won that, but I do remember that Falcons had kind of a 2-2 split between where Roth is right now and the compound just off to their southeast. And then they eventually ended up combining everybody there, and then they got pushed by I believe it was Pachau, and Pachau kind of held it. Oh, that was who it was. It was that was the game that Bestia won. The first win that they had, round 5 on day number 1. where they won with 8 kills. But so we have seen a circle play out around this particular area before this tournament in the last 3 days. But the Sills, and unfortunately for Bestia, looks like they're not going to run it back on this one.
Yeah, early not coming out of that San Martin standoff that we can see going on over there. I have to see how that's going to affect any Bestia movement, but they kind of have the inside track on where they're going to be playing from. Wouldn't be surprised if they kind of step away from it. No big deal really for them to kind of contend with for positioning now, but it could be a problem with later stages. I gotta say, I'm still having trouble getting used to the colors, though. I know.
You guys are the whiniest little babies. It's just
look,
colors.
I've had years of being taught, and I keep looking for blue, and I was like, this spoon's not on Sonic's? What are you talking about?
I've got years of seeing the same names too. We can figure this out, guys. We can do this together. And
we can, but look, it's going to confuse my old brain for just a little while every single time. Like the way it opens every single time, I'm just like, and then it comes back together.
Well, normally we have about 20 blue teams on here, so I'm actually kind of glad that Sonics is pink this time. Stand out a little bit more, but looks like they're making their way already in for Picado, and as you said, Elevate going through Los Leones. That's pretty brave considering that they know TSM is usually there, but TSM not electing to do any Los Leones camping this time. Rather, they go ahead and move off to the north into the hills, try to spot out where they want to go next. Number of teams, I'm not surprised to see these teams kind of like playing around this center of the zone, not really playing around edge, because we haven't really seen any like brutal hard shifts this tournament, it feels like.
Oh, well, yes and no. I mean, if you remember, we had that circle over on yesterday on Miramar.
Like 1 or 2, yeah, but not usually when we have the brutal hard shift tournament, it's like every game, and it's going like it's going like hard north followed by hard south followed by hard north again, right? Like there's been some. I mean, yesterday we had the one that started in El Pozo and ended up in San Martin, but you know, it for the most part it feels like the shifts haven't been that terrible.
Almost in this circle, I would wish for some pretty hefty hard shifts. You know, Leonis, Impala, Picado, even Minas General truck stop, those all feel far more comfortable than staying centered and having pretty much a field ending over to the west of Impala or something like that. Guitar can also be pretty fun. We've seen a lot of really cool firefights happening around the edge of that one because it gives you all the fun of fighting top of a hillside while also being able to flank along the side of a hill. So a lot of cool stuff looking at that one, but TSM did lean into playing into the north, so they're going to have a lot of control specifically over rotations moving around that general location. So that's one of the reasons why you're going to see a lot of these teams giving that a bit wider of a berth, except for EM3. EM3 shows no fear, which might be a problem.
No, they want it all. They want the juice. TSM is willing to give it to them, but it looks like they're going to avoid each other's line of sights for right now. A lot of teams coming in from the south right now, or at least the early rotators are coming in from the south, but we do have a number of teams that are going to be coming up in the north, and right now it looks like Rent Free and Gas Cans maybe getting a little bit close to each other. See some drive-by shots being traded, but Gas Can's going to just go ahead and pull up there into water treatment and let Rent Free go ahead.
Yeah, no big dust up coming up from them. Rent Free feeling a bit freer now that they've gotten away from Gas Cans, who were very aggressive yesterday. I mean, we saw them just kind of bouncing from firefight to firefight. Once they got their kind of, I guess, their groove going, dude, they were just vibing. They were going after every fight. They didn't care if they had to rotate or give up position to get it, and it was paying off pretty good for them. So not surprised to see them kind of warm into today, but I'm curious to see if they're going to try to replicate that again.
Yeah, no, that was the end of the day really yesterday, where they just, it looked like they were kind of like, okay, guys, we know we're better than this. We haven't really found, we're not getting the fights that we want. So let's just go ahead and take every fight until we can figure out how to win. And fortunately it started working out for them. So they still got to make their way in. We see SSG coming in from the very far south, doing a little bit of scouting uphill. And I think they should find it pretty clear as EM3 is mostly off to the east of Los Leones.
I mean, you got to pretty much get back to Los Leones before you're going to bump into anybody over there. Rent Free was getting a bit close to Luna in rotation, but I wouldn't be surprised if I don't know if they would have seen each other given how these hills kind of lay out. Honey Badger is going to be aware of gas cans back behind them, so he's going to be kind of on the tail end of that, feeding the information back over to the rest of the squad. But this is kind of a much calmer northern area. Most of these squads really hoping for this to center up. Specifically, if it leans into the south, they'll be happier. But the north is kind of the most open part of this whole thing.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, I'm noticing Honey Badgers. It's kind of been the thing that he's been doing is he does not mind playing away from the rest of the squad and just feeding that information over. And it looks like he's going to rejoin them a little bit quicker, really, this time than he normally has. But Gas Can's still just slow playing it. The only thing that they don't, or probably not necessarily aware of, is the fact that Pichao made that long rotation to come back up to the north side here. So they'll have to be watching their backsides just to make sure that they don't get snuck up on here by Pichao.
Pichao racing against the sandstorm. Maybe make it to zone one day once it finally collapses in. I'm not too opposed to making the circle 2, wait for that to pop, and then kind of make your push into the zone. This is what Pichao was wanting to do. I know you were talking about it yesterday, making some jokes, hoping the fact that they could maybe not pull their trigger so that way we could have 2 teams run by each other, but looks like for right now they're still kind of by themselves, and it's just them versus the sandstorm.
Oh, this is perfect for them. They slow down, then nobody's going to be able to look at them. They'll be able to come in pretty free and easy. As we see Animaniacs just spreading their wings a little bit here. Shots over towards Spam, just letting them know that this is occupied. Spam, for their part, I mean, they know that everything off to the north of them is pretty free, so this is not too terribly dangerous, all things considered. We've only lost 1 so far.
Interesting thing is Falcons decided to go ahead and pull off of their 2-2 that they were kind of holding down. They're going to shift in or regroup together as the circle is going to pop, pretty much making them center. No big surprise on that. Sonic's already inside their vehicles. Most of our squads that were playing over the western and the far north are now going to try to come as quick as possible. Animaniacs that we're looking at right now going to kind of let some of these squads move forward, most notably Sonic's. We might see them shift into Conterra, but we'll have to see afterwards how Spam is going to handle that one. On most of the other squads, it looks like they can continue to press in this time without too big of a casualty.
Yeah, I'm interested about Bestia right now. They're the only team that have taken a loss so far, and they're holding that roadside right now, right as Rent Free is coming through. It looks like Falcons should be able to get everybody back to that central compound, as Luke 12 is going to be the next person to go down here in rotation, as I believe that's TSM was trying to leave. Actually, I don't even think TSM was trying to leave. They were just hanging out on those hillsides, taking shots at anybody that got close. And unfortunately for Luke, EM3 on the move, they spot him out.
See Bestia just kind of having to hunker down in the position that they've got. It's about the best you can make the situation. Rent Free is going to be to the north of them. That's kind of who they're keeping an eye on. Elevate just did a pass by Luna in that Impala area, because Luna is pretty much holding down Impala, as well as having Vinny pretty far to the north, kind of holding the position over there, eyeing what's going to be going on. This is pretty settled for the time being. As Emmy, what are you doing in a parachute over there? Sorry, Lucianus caught me with. Emmy was in a parachute for just a second. I guess he just jumped off of something.
Yeah, jumping out of a building. Yeah, he was probably just taking the high ground just to scout ahead and taking some shots off to the west. There's nobody there. I mean, you're safe. But do have Legacy.
Look at him. He's making sure to shoot that air.
He believes indeed, but I'm interested to see what Legacy does. They have started creeping down a little bit more towards the south side. They've got a big four-way split going on. Nobody really taking shots over in that direction yet. You see Animaniacs and Sonics, but nobody really spotting these guys out. So that might be a free crate pickup there for RBN. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be, as we check back in with Alo, looking ahead. Seeing if he can spot out Mercy. No, he's looking at Falcons. There it is. I mean, where do you go next if you're TSM? That's the question.
I mean, they have all the information. They can go wherever they want. They've got the high ground in a world where everybody else is trying to play around a field or a hillside. So they know pretty much everything that they could possibly want. EM3 is looking like they're shifting over to the west from them, but leaving 2 of their members back behind. That could be exploitable. Mercy also having that duo could be a potential point of egress for them to move forward. Toyo, though, kind of coming through Los Leones with minimal fear could be a problem for TSM if they're not careful.
Yeah, looks like TSM hears the shots, though, and they're starting to look over in this direction, but they got to be careful because, as you saw before, EM3 has some kind of an angle on this, at least. Sparking just going to go ahead and get on out of there. But I think, I mean, they're fully aware. I think that Toyo is coming up from that backside, but there's just not really anything they can do about it right now. So I think they may be just feeling the pressure, decide maybe we have spotted out a spot that we can go to, and let's just take the vehicles and send
Legacy
it.
is rotating. What his Legacy got planned is TSM going to push into that dip right in front of him. That might be what Legacy was trying to eye. Now Sonics is going to get vision on what's going on with Legacy. Circle's going to pop, and it does look like TSM is going to try to do a bit of a stopover in this position. And so now Legacy, just blatantly denied, has to retreat away from the angle that they were wanting to approach on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Legacy. I mean, they even left early. Like they left their split a little bit early. They didn't wait for the circle to pop first. And Gascan's just going to send it through the open field. They've got Falcons there, but Falcons aren't really set up to take shots, but Rent Free sure is. Flood will take a few. But it looks like Gascans might be safe. They're just going to go for that ridge line just underneath the Falcons compound.
I mean, it's good for now. With the amount of fields that are going to be in this, it's going to get pretty hectic. Most of our teams that are going to be in the West are far safer, so we wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of gamble plays coming out from our Eastern teams. Most notably, it's going to be Pachao as well as Elevate. Luna trying to play right along that ridge, get some safety, but you can see not a lot to be had. It's going to be Mercy that's taking those pot shots in, and holy jeez, man. Space Station Gaming popping every single one of these tires as Luna's trying to make this rotate.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Luna Galaxy. Between SSG and Mercy, there's just not really much they can do. So they do find the hay shack. They'll lay down some smokes, keep themselves alive. They've managed to keep themselves alive, but as he said, their vehicles are just beaten and broken. And right now, Santastico for Pachao doing a little e-pickup scouting for them.
Interesting. We'll have to see how that develops coming out from them. Legacy, I'm kind of curious as well.
Not great.
That
is the answer.
Hey,
a little bit bold.
I love seeing people shot out of the air, though. Just the body going, and then just head first down into the ground.
A little ambitious to think that you can get away with that one, but okay. So Pachao knows that they are in a lot of trouble. That's what they have learned from that.
Well, it depends on how much they manage together, because SSG is running a 2-2 split and Luna cut right in between them. So Pachao could pounce on the duo that's holding down a compound, but they don't have an easy way to make the push into that one. Spam also just trying to push into Animaniacs over here into the north right next to Cantera, making it a bit more problematic. So remember, Spam's going to be to the north. They're trying to push into Animaniacs' defended position. So there's going to be a lot that they can try to work around. This is its own contained firefight for right now, just due to how the hills are kind of laying into it. Spam using that trench just to the north for defense for the time being. And Elevate. Where the chow are you going to go? As it looks like you're going to end up right next to Pachao.
Yeah, Elevate was they were the ones that shot the one guy out of the. Wait, Monster just got knocked a flush onto Vinny with a mortar. Okay, so SSG got the mortars for that Luna 2-2 split. Looks like they found some success with it.
If you're this is a completely flat map, perfect for mortars. Put in some work right now, as we're going to stay even more field heavy, Poro.
Okay. Yeah, Northwest is brutal right now, as Legacy's finding out, as they're just trying to send it right between Sonics and TSM, and RBN is going to pay the price for it. The rest of the boys will try to cut it a little bit more towards the south, but the shots are still coming. And even there, once you get to the south, once you get to that road, where do you go from there? I mean, everything is filled up right now. You got Toyo on the south side. They've been getting absolutely blessed here by the fact that these circles keep cutting south. They have not had to leave that high ground. AAA and Spam, meanwhile, trading back and forth as Gabriel goes down.
Trying to make the push into this one. They know that they need to clean it up quickly. Spam getting some control inside of this for the time being, but it's going to be FCZ that gets a knock in retaliation for it. He's got a beautiful angle off to the side of it, coming up right back behind him, picking up one after the other. I believe it's just Andrew on the opposing side, but he does manage to get a knock back onto this one. No, it's going to be Gabriel as well holding this one through. So, Andrew, how are you going to navigate? What are you going to do? Go for the flushes out. You know you're in trouble. There's no time to really res. You're going to have to run so far to even make it into the circle.
Yeah, I think you just secure your points at this point. If you're Andrew, just make sure you get those in the bag, because as you saw, the circle is pushing in, and it is going to be doing a little bit more than tickle right now, as Umai's 3 trying to hold off Rent Free, but now Legacy is joining the action as well, and TSM, they want a piece of this. It's a 4-way fight for this compound.
there is nothing to be had, so they're fighting for the scraps of it. Legacy just getting picked apart every rotation, losing yet another member, just narrowly making it inside the doorway. EM3 trying to hold this one back, but you can see Rent Free has got themselves right in the sandwich position. TSM has managed to kind of creep in, get at least 2 members down in that southern compound. They cut across directly in front of Sonics, who is taking some shots in from back behind them. So now Falcons is going to be rotating right next to where Sonics is going to be, maybe even eyeing a similar sight line.
Let's see how that one shapes up. TSM at about 10 HP between the two of them, and Rent Free, they're just gonna go ahead and push right into them, and they're gonna find Sparking ready and waiting. They get the knock on to Alo, but they cannot take down the Brazilian King.
Dude, Sparking is just on it right now. So strong play. Looks like Falcons did opt into a, what is that, a 2-1 split or a 3-1 split? I think it's 3-1 split. T-Plints for Animaniac still alive. He's going to be coming off in the distance. You can see just north of Rello. Just a second. Gas Can's also going to have to make a rotation to the south. Pachow and Elevate are right up on top of each other. That's pretty much all we've got going on. Most of the rest of this is kind of settled down, except for Chap still near TSM, but I think that's going to chill for a moment.
Waiting to see if this Elevate and Pachow have just been chasing each other around the edge of this map. And it looks like Elevate's just going to go ahead and let them live as we get another hard shift down to the south, avoiding the field ending altogether. And look at EM3. They are just vibing right now. If they can get Shap over there, they would feel fantastic, but that's going to be a hard ask at this point of the game.
This split position from Elevate is kind of beneficial with Poonage that's kind of looking over into Toyo's positioning. I'm just curious on what now we're going to see Elevate do to detangle themselves from that point. Sonics also have to rotate. I mean, an option is to go to the TSM compound. They should know exactly who's there, what happened to them, because they got to kind of overwatch all of that. They also can see what's going on with Falcons. Mercy also finally going to have to leave as their compound is not going to be in play. Toyo in this later play could be rewarded with the compound, but Pippa did go down.
Yeah, I think the play for Sonics is to try to crash that TSM compound, but before they could do that, they have to try to take out Falcons here, or at least get a couple of knocks so that they don't basically open fire on them as soon as they make the move. So the shot's coming through. They get a couple, at least one knock, but can't get the flush, and apparently that's going to be enough. Job done right now. Sonics back on foot, and they're going to make the rotation over towards the road.
Man, it is a target-rich environment. It is just nuts. Yeah, Gas Can's trying to rotate down. They're going to get stopped off right in front of the Falcons' positioning. This is not comfortable. They're not inside the circle. It's going to be Rello back behind him. Mercy also sees what's going to be going on. This is just an absolute catastrophe for Gas Cans. Sonic's now getting vision in. You can see it's Falcons just getting a couple of nades. I guess this is what Gas Cans were going for. Get the kills, dethrone this position, maybe get something out of it, because I'm assuming that they thought that they were going to die if they rotated any further forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not much for them to do, right? Like, it's a wide open field. I don't think anybody was anticipating this thing to cut down to the south as many times as it has.
Sonics are moving.
Sonics, yep, Sonics finally taking that move. Gonna crash that TSM compound while Gas Cans still try to rid themselves of this Falcons issue. Kickstar coming through. He does spot Alo's shoulder just briefly.
Oh man, Alo just gets insta-dropped. Kick has to be careful with it. It's going to be Tig that goes down to that nade that came through there, depending on how the roll came through. So now it's kind of been a stall out positioning. Remember, there is an EM3 player over here, and Toyo now trying to get involved. They're trying to push into this one. Meanwhile, Falcons Roth just trying to hold back the entirety of Gas Cans, putting in some absolute work, trying to deny out the information. And yes, Gas Cans does go down. Falcons manage to stay alive, but they still have to run into the circle.
Jeez, Falcons knocked down to 2, and Roth is keeping them in it. Sparking, meanwhile, doing the same job for TSM on that low side. Diggleton has been knocked. It looks like he should be resable right now. Shap, though, is in there as well. Okay, nice grenade from Kickstar. Will take care of Sparking, but I think the Sonics are aware that they are not alone in this compound still. And Toyo, look at how much space they have to work with, as they still have that high ground. But EM3, that compound, looking real tasty right now if you're SSG.
I mean, what do you do off of this? Toyo still with that high ground, and Binya is kind of holding back anything that SG wants to do right now. Meanwhile, Falcons have to make their move. Sonic's got to make their move. Shap, it's going to be near impossible for him to regroup with his teammates. SSG has a new threat with Mercy that's about to appear. Toyo, the only ones that are pretty comfortable with a ton of information and really a lot of control in the circle.
Yeah, and honestly, I take that back. SSG has no real reason to push that compound because they have this ridge line that is going to be staying in inside the circle, so they can keep playing this and trying to focus down on Mercy. But that's the big question: where's Mercy going to go? They've got a vehicle over there with the trio, but they've got to find some place to play. They would love to go just play this ridge line, but the fact that you have Snakers and Roth off there, you still got Sonics out there as well. All these teams are going to be wanting to play that ridge line on the north side of the road.
Chap, I think your time is near on over. You can see the fact that he's trying to react around it. He has some capabilities for defense. Sonic's just lobbing near on everything that they've got, and they just killed TSM, so you know there's a ton of nades on them because TSM was probably stacking a bazillion of them to get ready for this one. Trying to go for some utility. Smokes are going to be up. Kick already knows exactly where he is. Flash are going to come out. H1 is going to go down. Kickstart's going to run in. He's going to go down. Now it's just down to Tickleton. He's getting harassed at range.
Tig was not there for the push, and they get he got the flush on an H1. He wasn't able to flush Kickstart though, but the zone's here. It doesn't matter.
Well, that also allowed Falcons to rotate in because of how, like, that was Tickleton's job. He was supposed to hold back the Falcons. Falcons are now creeping in position off of that, and this has just gotten way more complicated to anybody that's pretty much not Toyo.
Okay, SSG needs all hands on deck here. I think Emmy and Pippa both kind of looking over in that direction. Good shots for Paige. Keep Benya from coming over here as well, and it looks like Toyo mostly just trying to keep SSG from wrapping on them here, and they're gonna have to push back in the smokes. This is the only fight really either of these two teams have to worry about right now.
Depending on Mercy, I mean, Toyo did see Mercy make that rotate and is aware where they're playing at, and SSG has to keep some form of defensive line back behind them. That's why they can't really go either one of these directions. They're kind of forced to deal with this ridge line for as long as they have. I mean, there's not a real options once they crest the top of it anyway. I mean, what, you want that shack, you want that tree, you want that cactus, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the job for Pixel, right? Just making sure that none of these guys try to cross the street. But I mean, if I'm Mercy, there's no reason for me to cross the street, right? This is feeling pretty safe to me right now. You know, especially if we can spot out Roth and Snakers. If we can get that done, Roth's gonna spot out Tig as he tries to make that run. But
everybody's distracted by the south. Mercy was kind of caught up in looking at SSG, and Falcons are now creeping their way into this.
Yeah, they're gonna get spotted though. I mean, Mercy, this is good for Mercy, and they actually need to worry more about SSG maybe trying to come over here and push them from behind. So it's a great position for Mercy, to be honest. Obviously a great position for EM3 as well. But Toyo has to make a decision here. Are they going to try to take this fight with SSG, or are they going to focus on the compound?
Yeah, and SSG now, Pixel, he's creeping back behind Mercy. He's already kind of crossing over into the road position right now. He could kind of spot them out. Backstab Mercy, completely unexpected. Snickers is going to go down. Seifu's going to spot that one out. Shots from Toyo are going to continue to herd the rest of SSG back to Pixel. So,
oh man,
we'll have to see how the response comes out.
Mercy's not even looking over in this direction. You got to have at least one person looking in this direction. I mean, you know where SSG was. This is the best. Their position is the best play for SSG. They have to read that. So here come the vehicle. They're going to start off the push or with the spray on the Lucid. Doesn't get them knocked. Oh, the Panzer Faust, baby. Let's go. But no, Paige gonna go down to the vehicle. That's not what you want to happen. Cowboy gonna work around the tree. Pixel goes down as well. Good shooting from Mercy. Keeps them in this game.
And yeah, just narrowly though, the car for catastrophe for SSG. Now Toyo firmly focused in the compound. They're going to be looking at EM3's positioning very, very quickly. Roth's still alive. Can't make much out of what's going on with Mercy. He really wants to try to pick something out of this one. So Toyo, you got an opportunity. How are you going to handle this? Emmy taking the shots into Samcro. Going to do a ton of damage. Toyo making the rotation down into the compound right now. Taking a lot. Going to bounce off the tree. Jump out. Samcro is going to make it back into the compound. But Toyo at least manages to make it right up against the wall.
Meanwhile, Roth is actually causing Mercy problems on the north side as well, so they haven't been able to get everybody back up on their feet. But this is a long build. Oh, Sam Crow. I don't know if that was an aggressive push. You're in the long building. Those things are so easy to hold. I think he maybe just lost track of how many Toyo guys were right there with him. So now it's just down to Magno.
Oh, how are we going to see handle around this one. Magno, you're in some trouble. All of Toyo's coming after you. Mercy's had to stop. Can't really do much of anything because of the damage that Roth's been putting into him. And on top of what happened with SSG, they're entirely held down in position. Amy's going to go ahead and pick up Magno. Clean shots through that doorway. So now Toyo with complete control over the circle. Roth trying to make some more happen. Is going to get the knock on a sneak attack. He wants to at least get another kill out of him, maybe get a flush. He's just running open directly across this. Toyo doesn't have the vision from the high ground. This dip is being denied. Toyo now making a run, realizing that they want to try to pick up a kill. Roth has to clear this one quickly, otherwise this is going to get stolen and he's going to go down. Gets the shots, does manage to pick up another kill. Toyo runs in, spots him, goes for the spray. He tries to make it, but no! Toyo's going to pick it up with 7.
Look, man, that's a fantastic win for Toyo, but Falcons had no right to be in that game as long as they were. And just Roth just putting on a show right there at the end, putting Mercy on their backs. I mean, Mercy, they had a great hold against SSG, and that was fantastic. But, I mean, Falcons just taking advantage of that at the perfect time on that north side.
Dude, that push from SSG, that was so well timed. With Pixel trying the distraction with the nade, they make the push in. Mercy did a good job on defending it, but the cars, the hillside just created such a problem.
I got to see where Toyo is in this leaderboard, dude, because I mean, they were one of the ones that were kind of at the very, very bottom end of like, okay, if you have a good day, you still have a shot at this kind of thing. Like it's still pretty far removed from them. I think they started off the day with 50 points. And Falcons was in 4th with 78, right? So a big 17-point dub for Toyo, and all of a sudden this thing is looking a lot more doable. But Falcons, they needed a big game, and Roth delivering in a huge way when everything seemed lost for them.
Buys them second place, gets some kills on top of it. So Falcons going to be feeling really good. Toyo going to be feeling good. But notice Sonic's not a massive pickup for them. Elevate, not a lot of points. TSM 3, Gas Cans 3. A lot of our guys that were at the top of the leaderboard not having the best games. Legacy with 0.
Yeah,
this is one of those open door situations.
Yeah, Legacy with 0, and that one is huge because they are kind of the person that's holding that cut line essentially. I mean, Falcons will have a big come up now. Gas Cans will drop down a little bit, but if Falcons has another big game, they might put themselves about over 20 points ahead of the cut line. So that makes it you're starting to fight for one position rather than 2 here.
This is going to be absolutely nuts. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. How much did it change up? Sonic's still naturally in first. TSM leads still kind of diminished. Falcons have kind of crept up back behind it. Gas Cans now just 2 points back behind Falcons. Legacy, a big drop off of 13 points back behind them. Luna Galaxy, Pachal rent free, but Toyo now in 9th.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see like Legacy, Luna Galaxy, Pachal, Rent Free, all of those with 70 plus. And then you got your 60 pluses, 4 teams behind them with 60 plus. It's still doable, right? But Gas Cans holding on to that 4th place spot with 90 points. Yeah, man, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to catch, especially if Falcons starts to string some stuff together here.
I mean, that was a hero play. If you're going to go into the next game with some momentum, Roth making that, getting those kills, surviving in a desperate position, that's going to be the momentum for them. We're going to be moving into game number 2 on Miramar. Guys, stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back. Amazing game one, done. Loved it so far. And now we're moving into game number 2 on Miramar. Oro, gates a little bit more open, kind of open, still shut. What's going on?
No, they're still wide open. I mean, look, that one win now for Toyo's put them, what, I think that's 23 points out of the cut line. So it's still very, very doable with 5 games remaining to play. We got one more on Miramar. So any of these teams that try to favor that map, this is a time to strike.
Dude, that was a brutal circle. So much field. We still stayed so much in that mountain.
Shifts.
We never really see that location as an endpoint, like ever.
No. I mean, we see that circle a lot, but we always see it kind of ending in those fields. I can't remember the last time I've seen it just hard shift to the south every single time. And, you know, as a result, Toyo gets super, super lucky because they were the ones that held. They held that spot. Now, remember, TSM was up there before, but then TSM assumed that it was going to go the way that all these games go, and they tried to work their way down. But Toyo just holding on to that high ground ends up getting a big win for it.
And I guarantee you TSM is not annoyed in this life. Right?
Nah. You know what? You can't get annoyed. There's too many games. You got to move on, go next.
Okay, well, we're definitely going to be more north this time on playing approach. So, I mean, most of the team should be able to stretch.
Definitely.
Well, I mean,
we can run it back. Why not?
Yeah, we could, but at least it doesn't feel in the similar. It feels different this time to me.
No, well, I mean, the plane path.
Look, I've got all the circles sitting next to me,
sure.
Poro. I know where the next one's going to go. Okay.
Yeah, just press the button. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Know. Where do you want to go?
Start the game, caster. Stop.
You've been
talking.
saying Oasis, but I'm not going to give you Oasis. You made me annoyed now.
Oh, I want Oasis though. Oh well.
I want Oasis too.
Well, look at this. Gas cans and SSG. Remember, gas cans only dropping here because they wanted to avoid the Animaniacs hot drop, and now SSG starting to creep over in that direction. But it looks like SSG sees them and just going to go ahead and pull off of that.
Yeah, TSM going to be able to get exactly where they wanted to land. Vox going with the longest of SMG shots here. Vector, not known for its sniping capabilities, to say the least.
Yeah, just spray the whole thing. It's fine. It only takes half a second anyway.
I mean, it's not like you're going to keep that ammo anyway. Just what are you going to do? Hold on to it and oof, oof.
Gross.
That is a circle.
That's gross. Okay, let's go with what do we want to call it? 45% unplayable.
I would say about. I'd say that. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I mean, technically the islands are playable, so we'll shift it up to.
I mean, I guess it could be like this circle's far enough east to where it could be, but
look, what you do is you
fingers
big brain
crossed
it.
we don't see that.
You get 2 emergency pickups. You emergency pick up to the island to wait out all of the chaos, and then you emergency pick up back into the land. Boom. I'm a genius. I'm a genius for a new meta.
So all those teams out there, he is available to be your analyst and head coach.
Yep. Pay me. I got all the ideas. Not all of them are good, but I got all the ideas.
We'll try them all until we find the ones that work, right?
That's right.
Exactly. That's I can get behind that, right? Like I like to see fresh, new, young faces like Matrums in here coming up with some great ideas.
All right, well, okay, Falcons in a pretty good spot, but Chow in a good spot, no surprise on this one. The big things to notice is while we were talking about the playable with the water, there's still that freaking field back inside this one west of Impala that's going to eat up a ton of space. So really, about a third of this is what you really would consider to be quote-unquote playable.
Yeah. This is, I feel like this is probably going to be not on, but just south of El Azhar, that high ground over there. Yeah. Maybe a truck stop, who knows? It could end up there, but once again, EM3 kind of in a decent spot here, and they get their choice of where they want to play. And now it got them all the way till I think 3rd place last game, so we'll see where they decide to play this one out. And Toyo also over there in truck stop.
This is an interesting rotate choice, right? If you're one of the teams that's already in circle, condensing fast, getting priority position on strong points that you know that, I mean, really kind of the northern third of the circle is probably where the circle is going to end up just due to how the mechanics work, right? The issue is if you're not those teams already inside the circle, you have to be expecting gate kept everywhere. So how are you going to try to navigate? Do you move early? Do you just wait until circle 2 pops and then make your send then?
No. I'm waiting to see if Bestia. You didn't hit the first shot, Andrew? Come on, man. You gotta hit that. You gotta hit that. Maybe you'll get this one. Come on, get one more. Come on, get it, get it, get it, get it. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Nobody saw it, Andrew. It's perfectly fine.
It's fine. It's the SLR, you know. Super hard to hit shots with that. There you go. There you go. One more. Come on. One more. One more.
This is your chance. Write it back.
No, no. Run. Never mind. It's over. Oh, there you go.
Okay. Yado got it for you. Yado got it for you.
Hey,
he wouldn't have been able to get him without that initial damage, though, right?
Exactly. Like he took off his, he knocked the vest off. That's the important part. That's half the job right there.
We love you, Andrew. We love you. I promise.
Well, okay. Well, I guess my question that I was going to ask has been answered, but I was curious to see if Bestia would actually set themselves up on the edge of that death road there. Wasn't that hard to do a little camping, but I mean, there's camping going on. Apparently, it's going to be Legacy that does it.
I mean, solid camp so far. They did have LFP go down, but Farm Ward secured in these kills onto Elevate. That was an interesting one popped in on there. Shimboy now having to stop on this gate cap position, at least trying to get LFP, right? I mean, he's got the nade prepped. That's got to be what he's going for. At least get something out of this one. But Gizera, kind of being hesitant. Molotov's going to land out in front of it. There you go. Nox going to come out. Now LFP should be a lot safer on res.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on those little icons off to the north there from Rent Free to see if they actually wanted to come down here. And you can see on the minimap they're starting to maybe consider it, but no. Maybe I mean, I think they see the smoke. Anytime you're driving around and you see smokes, you at least got to stop and look, right?
I mean, yeah, that's what I mean, that's one of my biggest complaints is that a lot of times people get so nervous that somebody's going to have vision, they throw down a smoke whenever nobody even had an idea something was going on there. And now they're like, ooh, a smoke. I'm just going to start taking shots into it.
Yeah, it's like putting Carmex on a cold sore. You're really just highlighting the fact that things aren't going great right here.
Man.
Please look over here. But
that is the dirtiest description you could have possibly used, and I love it.
Pretty sure I think that was a Mitch Hedberg bit, but you know, I gotta give credit where it's due, chat. But Legacy gonna get out of there free and clear, as it doesn't look like Rent Free is going to stick around much longer. But they've a lot of teams actually opting to come in from the south here. You got TSM and Sonics kind of right on top of each other. Mercy right over there as well. A lot of teams kind of playing this coastline, so nobody really centering. It's not like everybody's trying to center up so much as they are waiting for the inevitable hardship.
I think it's just people who are afraid of the gate cap positions, right? So you're going very far north, very far south, just trying to brute force your way through what would probably be one of the least defended areas. Meanwhile, you can see that Sonic's still just trying to defend up this area for the time being against TSM. Mercy's going to come to the south. Poor old Vegas going to be rotating through Los Angeles all by his lonesome. Legacy going to be following up back behind that. Rent Free, Spam, and Gas Cans are our last teams that are going to be tailing in, but EM3 and Luna very close to each other, while SSG is going to be wrapping in back behind this.
Yeah, let's see how far Luna decides to keep going here, or if EM3 decides to defend their position by taking their shot. Well, Luna, okay, they got a compound, so Shap, I think, just probably looking over the top, just seeing where they are, just feeding that information over to the rest of the boys. But SSG kind of right behind them. I don't think they'll go that far over there.
I mean, it's SSG. You never know. They could play edge, or they could just be like, you know what? We want to play center today.
You never really do know. Well, the shots from Glock might put a pause on that push. Yeah, as soon as those shots came off, you see their vehicles start to turn. It's like watching a migration. And now, yep, the shots from Luna, that's going to give them another thing to think about. So
here we see the northern SSG making their yearly migration across the northern part of Miramar, trying to make it to the coastline where it's going to lay its eggs and find itself a nice nest to hide in.
Problem is, Vinny on the coastline too.
Oh my gosh, Vinny, you're trapped. What do you do? Just hightail it right through all of them. Everything's fine. Nobody's expecting it. It's okay. Look at SSG like, what the chop?
Pixel is just like, wait a minute, what? Throws the emergency brake on, and yep, okay, Vinny on out of there. But yeah, I think that SSG wanted this. There's no way they're taking this just in case it goes to islands, right? Just so they have the boat spawn.
I mean, having a boat might not be the worst idea just to buy you some survivability, right? The
Look,
circle goes really nasty south, then
if we're using the old Froz claim, the care package fell on the island.
oh no.
So I've been told by numerous European analysts, and we know that European analysts are the smartest in the world. Now this was several years ago, but that if the circle is going to go wherever the care package goes, right? So,
I mean, I'm not going to fault the logic. If it goes there, then honestly, this is not the worst way for an island to happen. Is with everybody already kind of playing the coastline and expecting it to go the other way. This is where I think an island would be actually fun to watch. Instead of everyone just kind of going to the coast and gatekeeping it out. Now it's going to be a bit more like chaotic. But I think that this is probably going to kind of go northwest.
It's been a few years since I've seen it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's about where I was expecting it to go. I was thinking that's that high ground just to the southeast of El Azahar. But yeah, still a pretty decent chunk of this map is unplayable.
Wait,
and SSG, they pulled the reverse. They pulled the Uno reverse on the E pickup.
Take off and then decide, nope. Where we're at was way better. Let's go ahead and go back to this one. Gas Can's now going to be rotating pretty close to Spam, as now, I mean, everybody had to see this one, but Gas Can's going to roll right up on top of Spam while this is going to be going on. Legacy going to be coming in back behind TSM. Gas Cans, you can see now, starting to make the move right over into this ridge line. Spam trying to move quick, but it's going to be Ebru trying to hold this one back for the rest of his squad, at least trying to get out a nade or two to see if maybe he can stop whatever is going to be happening. And this Andrew trying to provide some support. We'll have to see how much, I guess, it really provides in this one, but that nade is going to make this a lot more safe to deal with. Now the rat from Yano to the south is way stronger.
Okay, and the rest of the boys, Thera is going to come and join the party as well. But oh, what a grenade from Beanie! Perfectly cooked to perfection. As now,
and Cowboy going to get it. They got vision on this.
Cowboy going to go. So Andrew and Gabriel, all of a sudden, the last two remaining, and they're thinking, okay, we didn't really want all of this. Let's see if we can dip on out of this while we still have the option.
I mean, but you can't really now because SSG is starting to move in to just block this one off. You can see the Pages coming in to be very aggressive back behind it. So Gas Cans with some comfort in this one. Now Spam, you don't have any you don't have any options. The only option you have is that SSG kills Gas Cans and you can run into the compound.
And that's exactly what they're doing here too. Fortunately, the smokes are going to come out in time to keep Beamy from getting flushed, but that the arrival of SSG means that I'm not sure that Gas Cans is fully aware of exactly where Spam has decided to go, and they're going to try to play the rooftops here. I think Vox may be the one hearing the footsteps, and yeah, he's listening to it. As it's not going to matter. Gabriel going to spot out Penta, and now Vox is the last one up. SSG taking shots through the window. The grenade will fall, but it won't be enough. Cowboy will finish him off, though, as Vox just slowly staying alive here.
SSG just absolutely ripping this firefight to shreds. This is a clinical third party on every single factor. I mean, look at how they're now encircling, entrenching, forcing everybody back next to each other. There's nothing good to be had out of this. You can see Spam, Gas Cans, nobody now comfortable. It's just on SSG setting the tempo at every single point.
Oh, nice grenade,
it is going to be
Cowboy.
a beautiful throw coming out. So now we're going to see Gas Cans get eliminated. Spam, what do? I guess try to run back out to maybe that ridge that you were at earlier. It's the only undefended location.
Yeah, they just feed the information over that at least one has dropped off of the roof. So, and it looks like the second, Andrew, is now dropped off as well. Are they just playing inside the long building? Now, we know long buildings can be a real pain in the butt to try to push, and you can see the Molotovs through the smokes going to do some damage onto Andrew, but at least Gabriel has managed to get back to that ridge line.
I mean, this is just distraction, right? Andrew's just trying to see if he can buy some space for his teammate to escape. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to keep it in that one, see if he can defend up. Gabriel is still hanging out over here, trying to see if he can spot. Does get the knock on the Cowboy. Goes for the peak, gets a second. Trying to go for the third. That is a beautiful peak location that absolutely shut down SSG on that approach. Now momentum shifts back over into Spam's favor. They are now pushing the long compound, and Pixel on the run.
Oh my goodness, it almost instantly 3 knocks come through. Now Pixel trying to go for the res on the Cowboy, while Andrew and Gabriel start desperately trying to push in here to try to see if they can spot them out. I'm gonna lay down some utility, keep checking the windows. Unfortunately, they have just no idea where these guys are, but Cowboy's going to get back on his feet. Molotov comes out. Monster has not been flushed, so if SSG can turn this around, well, he's going to get flushed now.
I mean, this is a good read from SSG. It takes a while for Spam to kind of push through the long house and figure out the safe place to be. Cowboy trying to get a knockback onto this thing if he can finish out. Maybe trying to find the opportunity to close this one back out. It felt so good, and then it just came all apart. Cowboy now having to lean back away from this one. You can see Helmet already in tatters. Pixel back up on the rooftop. They just can't close out the fight as fast as they want to. Remember, Blue Zone's going to be coming in here in just a bit. They've got to finish this pretty quickly and move to the south.
Well, they found Gabriel, so they know exactly where Andrew is, and it's just going to be a matter of time. They've got him pinned down at the hay bales. The smoke's coming through. I don't think they have any offensive utility left to use here, but that's a good high ground position. And Cowboy will just wait for him to peek as he's getting information fed to him from over towards Pixel. But as you mentioned, the Blue Zone has arrived. It's the party crasher that nobody wanted to see.
I mean, and this is Circle 3, so it's not comfy. It's survivable, but med situation kind of rough for a lot of these guys. They've been fighting for a long time now. Andrew's got to figure out how he wants to just get out of this one. Does Space Station even still want this at this point? I mean, you can go ahead and hop in a vehicle and just rotate out. It looks like Andrew might be trying to prep something up. He's just picking up some crate stuff and now going to try to make his way down to the south. And he's all by his lonesome, just like our good friend at Vegas, who was in a boat a second ago. That just killed me. So you can just hang out.
Yeah, he's a boat boy. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I think SSG looking at this and saying, okay, we still got 2 alive. We really need some points. Let's try to just do what we can out of this. He actually caught that man with the suicide grenade. Are you kidding me?
just the awkward hop. The worst of the bunny hops coming over here. Okay. SSG making the rotation, going back over there. Hopefully nobody's back in that hidden peninsula. Doesn't look like there is. I don't know why there would be, but TSM now starting to get some pretty decent control over the southwest. You can see Rent Free kind of in the problem due to a lot of what's going to be going on due to this control. Falcon's going to be just to the north of this in a compound.
I mean, haven't gotten to see an overview. Okay, now we get to see a pretty good idea of where everybody is. 45 alive, 14 teams up. A lot of space to play, and the hard shift down to the south. That's going to be bad news for those off to the top, but there's really not many people left up there. Pachow, they've taken their spot via e-pickup. We saw them come in a little bit earlier, but you got a number of teams down here on the south side that are really trying to make things work. I mean, Rent Free is just getting pinned down by the Sonics. Honey Badger the only one in zone right now.
Benefit for everybody in this lobby, though, that Falcons, Sonics, and TSM are all right next to each other. Problem is you have to survive long enough for that to matter or not be next to them, as Honey Badger is going to get taken down there. This southern area is really where you just don't want to be because of the elevated sight lines that TSM and Sonics keep trying to exploit. You can see it's kind of a hilltop firefight location with a ton of vision into the low ground, so that's why we're seeing a lot of space come out. Falcons, you don't want to back up too much there. Could be a problem for you.
All right. Let's see. Still 4 alive for TSM, so they still have the option. Oh, okay, Vegas. And he's got a P90.
He got the crate.
Okay.
I swear, did he get that crate that was out in the water?
I hope so. I'm going to say he did.
It's the most Vegas thing I've heard.
We'll see if he can keep Elevate's hopes alive in this one. Is TSM, they still have vehicles too, so they have options here. I mean, they know exactly where Sonics is. I think Falcons, are they 4 up or are they only 3? I think they may have lost 1 while we were watching the forever fight between SSG and Andrew. Legacy,
right.
They've still got 4 up, but they've got to take this fight directly to Bestia. Good shots from Sharp Shot.
And so going to force this one back away, but I mean, you're going to have to make something. Pachow's going to be the gatekeeper. Oh, Sharp Shot just drops that nade right on top of Gizera. His car rolls away. It's going to be hard to follow up and get the flush onto it, but that is definitely going to stall out Legacy, and the Blue Zone's coming in phase 4. This is going to have to make something happen. Bestia is going to exploit it. They're going to hop in a vehicle and just get out. I like it, but the problem is Pachow's entrenched divisions. Where are you going to go?
Great Boss Vegas finding kills here as BL Calmo is going to go down. Fakesing got headshot immediately upon just seeing Bestia. had to pull back to get a little heal off, but now it looks like Machado going to turn things back around. Santastico a little bit long on that grenade, going to try to go for the, oh, he doesn't get there in time to get the res. So it's down to just Santastico, and he's going to make sure he flushes out these points.
It's not just Santastico, it's Legacy coming in as well. SSG to the north. Everybody's coming in to try to pick up some more, but Santastico does at least manage to pick up the knock and the flush before he manages to go down. But then it's going to be SSG. They just demolish Legacy on this one. It's just Gizera back behind, but EM3, here's this firefight. They want to get involved over into the east, and that's stalling out SSG's position. Cowboy now down.
What is even happening on this north side? He's going to go ahead and just drop the heals for Pixel, say, I'm done for, my friend. Leave me behind and try to survive yourself. EM3 starting to stretch out of their compound, looking over here. They're not even going to see SSG right now, as Bestia and Legacy still down to Gizera and Capitan. Gizera will take that dub. 6 kills now for Legacy, but they are down to just 1 player.
Top 2 teams now fighting it out at phase number 5 with 9 teams still alive. You can see a weaken on both sides. Sonic still just trying to navigate around this. Luke looks like he was trying to go for a back flank. Tiggleton's not going to allow it. Gets the spray into him, gets the knock. Shot's going to come following up with it, but Alo's going to go down as well. Sonics do manage to hold this one together and should be able to get the res, but now they have to deal with Toyo and Falcons.
Nicely done there by Sonics. They will get Kickstar back on his feet. 6 kills so far for them, and all 4 remaining, but they've got to chase down this circle once again. Toyo in a compound on the south side of the zone. Falcons also looking over in this direction, and it looks like they have vision on everything that Sonics are trying to do. I'm not sure if they even have vehicles down there, but we'll see how they just try to pull in. As Gizera spotted out Pixel, and yep, good night, sweet prince.
I mean, that's about all you can do over there. EM3 did regroup, moved away from the SSG Legacy situation, but now having to move into Mercy's sight lines, as this is at least comfortable for now. Mercy going to be trying to regroup. Seifu is going to spot out Glock, and that's going to make this a lot more complicated for EM-3, as maybe this, nope, it's nowhere near Seifu.
It's like they lost track of exactly where he might be. They're just going to keep sending their utility over by the tree. Mango, Magno rather, will try to go for the res on the Glock. Shap just making sure that nobody peeks over, trying to keep them interested while the res comes through.
Sam Crow does get the high ground, though. That could be big if he spots out anybody in this rotation. Should at least allow Glock to get this rotation out, get the res back into it as well. So Sam Crow's got to defend, but he's got the bolty. Has he drawn enough aggro to allow this? And it does look like he has.
Yeah, Magno pulled off. He was resin him, and then he pulled off of it for some reason. I'm not sure if he just got some bad intel that they were pushing through. Either way, back on their feet, still 4 strong. As Seifu trying to find an angle here onto Shap. He's going to spot his head peeking that ridge line. He wants to take all of it he can get, but he knows that Magno and Glock are just on that other side of the ridge. So this is just it just feels like a crappy place to fight for both teams, really, here.
Ooh, that grenade bounces right in between them. Also, a really cool technical play that we saw just a moment ago from Seifu. He leaned his head to the left while he was looking up that hillside to deny any capabilities for Sam Crow to maybe spot the top of his head as he was going a little bit wider for that peak. So just all around, really solid small macro movements like that are one of the reasons why Seifu can manage to make some big plays.
All right, the zone's going to pull away from the compound in the south, so Toyo and Luna will have to leave their hard cover, but unfortunately for Luna, they've got full squad of Sonics on the other side of the road. They'll drop down the smokes and try to make the send right now. UMax3 do get the knock onto Lucid, and that's going to open up the door and try to make the push here. The smoke wall keeping things slowed down temporarily. Sam Crow does find him a little bit slow on the reaction speed there, but he will get the knock on the sneak attack, and now Seifu been spotted out by Magno.
Oh, it's just so hard to defend now. The hole going to be a death sentence for Mercy. Seifu trying to peek back out, get some retaliation knocks to try to turn it back around, but there's just nothing to be had. The hillside providing massive defense. Poza trying to get something down in the lower, but he's going to go down. Sonic should be able to get control over that compound now with the reses. Glock's going to spout out the tail end of it, and that is going to be EM3 annihilating Mercy.
Damn. Okay. Initial knock proving to be enough to win them the fight. Falcons coming in from the south side. They get vehicles to bring them all the way up here to the north, where Gizera, the snake, slithering, hiding. He's got some hard cover for himself, and I think Legacy might be up to about 9 kills right now. So Falcons need to be careful about how they approach the top.
I also want to point out that EM3 is not high on the leaderboard at all. They've been having a very hard event trying to figure out how to get kills and function everything. That was a really solid team fight coming out from them, and I love to see that. That's going up and really stepping up against that squad, very cleanly winning it, getting control over the area. Great for them. Problem though, now they're going to have to contest against Sonics, and that's going to be an entirely different beast to contend with.
No, absolutely. So you just watch Falcons just sweeping the edge here. Still haven't spotted out Gizera, but they are spotting out some crates, so they know that something happened over here. Meanwhile, Block is going to find the knock on to Tickleton. Okay, now they're aware that Gizera is here. Gizera still has a grenade try to send over in that direction, but Falcons, they're more than up to the task as well. First one does a little bit of damage. Second one might be enough. The M249 peeking over in that direction gets him down to about a half HP, and here comes the push for Flood. He wants all of it, and he's going to get it.
Sam Crow putting in some work over here. Look at EM3 putting tatters onto Sonics right now. H1 trying to defend it, the high ground advantage. Gonna see a couple of nades roll down the hill. How well cooked are they? Gonna see a little bit of utility landing close. Nade's gonna go a bit too far, but in the end, it's gonna be finished up with guns. And EM3 on a roll with 8 kills right now. They are feeling it.
There you go, and now they turn immediately back up to the north. You can see Falcons trying to make the rush over here to see if they can take advantage of what was left of this fight. Unfortunately, I don't think they know that EM3 took no knocks, no damage, no nothing. They are just ready to scrap. Once again, Sam Crow is feeling himself. 5 kills in the bag for him already. Rello will get the knock on a Magno. He's going to spot out Glock, take a few shots, but have to pull back.
Sam Crow is just walking through squads right now. He's managed to spot out Flood, get the knock into this one. He does have the down to Magno very close to him. Blue Zone Nade's going to go away from Falcons on one side, but it's going to be landing on EM3's side. While this is going on, we also have Toyo. It's trying to pop into the back where Snaker's going to be defending at. Snaker's going to go and spot them out, take down Emmy as well, but there's just too many people. Now Falcons have to realize, okay, it's just Rello up. What do we do from this point forward? EM3 in front of him. They've got Toyo back behind him, and it's just going to be Rello right in the middle of that sandwich.
Yeah, the question, can Rello find some place to hide for the time being and force EM3 and Toyo to fight each other? But it looks like UMIS3, they still very much would like to add another feather into their cap. They just wiped Sonic. Why not wipe Falcons as well? But unfortunately for them, there you go. He's going to spot out Rello as Sam Crow. Going to put another one into his bag. Toyo, 1 kill so far in this one. They're down to 3. As EM3, 10 kills. They are just running through this lobby.
Sam Crow on 7. Dude is just ascending right now. He's figuring out exactly the way that he wants to play this one. I mean, it's going to be really hard to climb the leaderboard, but remember, just anything is better than where they were beforehand. So this is going to be a massive moral game for them. Pippa's going to be in the low ground trying to spot out the rest of EM3. Toyo looks like they're going for a much wider defense, just trying to get control over the circle with Pippa playing that low ground. Shap Glock going to be playing down in the south, and Sam Crow going to be maintaining that high ground advantage, seeing if he can shoo the rest of Toyo away.
This is real dangerous for Toyo here. They're, as you said, very split up. So if any of them take a knock, they're not getting rezzed. So they got to be careful about how they play their life. I mean, Pippa playing that ridgeline, that rock, at least you can afford to take shots, move somewhere different. But it looks like it might just be him versus Shap and Glock over here on one side, while Magno and Sam Crow hold down the top of the line and spot out Danit and Benya. Only in phase 7 here, Matt. Once again, another early finisher this time.
Well, you can see that both teams now are just kind of resting into a more defensive line, waiting to see how it's going to lie into it. But these peaks between Magno and Benya just feel more and more dangerous. I was going to say, the longer this goes on, Magno feels like he's getting the worst end of it. Danny really wants to try to exploit it. Pippa's positioning is good to spot out any rotations to the south and kind of contain, but he can't get too involved in this firefight. His position is just a threat to force everybody from EM3 to kind of play much closer together, allowing maybe Danya, Benny to spot out somebody and really just do some work on the squad.
Like, man, I respect the fact that Pippa's rocking the BMX down there, but I don't think he's going to be able to reposition himself at this point of the game with it if he so chooses. His ridgeline looks like it might just be out as well, so he's going to have to move here eventually. But I think EM3 kind of reading that situation. You see Shap sending it down there, Glock sending it down there, but Pippa doing some nice damage here with that SKS.
Man, that flat right on top of this hill is just messing with these squads. Neither one of them can really make anything out of it. and every peek is just a little bit of a headshot. It's just, I mean, it reminds me of those whack-a-mole games, right? You just see a head pop up for just a second. You got to respond fast, try to get some damage in. It's full-on attrition. But remember, EM3 has been fighting for quite a while now. You can see body armor of Magno pretty low, but Pippa going down is massive. EM3 now can have some control on flanked positions. That means Toyo's back against the wall.
There you go. Finally spotted that angle. Good stuff from Magno there. And now Shap and Glock trying to work down on the low side of the hill to see if they can find a different angle. They're going to spot out Dana. Glock going to get taken down by Benya, though. Shap will do some damage back in return. Doesn't get the knock. They've actually got 2 knocks now. That P90 coming in huge for Benya.
Benya, big play onto Sam Crow of all people. So now it's going to be EM3 in some trouble. It's going to be Shap trying to see if maybe he can get some damage in on this one. Magno's going to spot out Danny making the rotation. Does get the knock onto him, so we're in a 2v1 situation. Toyo, Benya, he's got himself the big boy gun, but having to contend with 2 different... Remember, we're still in phase number 8. No rush for Benya to have to move. But Benya does get the knock onto Magno, making this a 1v1. Shap's going to get spotted out. Toyo picks it up. Benya with a massive clutch.
That was huge for Toyo, but what is Shap do? How did Shap end up in the blue zone?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I maybe just lost track of the timing on the whole thing. But I made it super easy for Benya there at the end because he only needed to 1-tap him essentially. But that's 2 in a row for Toyo, and all of a sudden they're right back in things. I mean, they don't get a lot of kills off of that, but 15 points is 15 points, man.
Man, hey. I'm happy for what's going on with Toyo, and I'm happy for EM3. That was a great performance.
That was huge for them.
Samco really put up some big plays there. You could kind of feel the momentum die off, though, whenever Samco did go down. He was a big component for a lot of their success in firefights.
It's also, like, double digits for Legacy is huge right there. They were starting to have a little bit of a free fall. They were starting to get separated from that cut line a little bit, but 10 points will help them catch up with Gas Cans, who only got 1 that time around. Gas Cans, remember, they were holding fourth place with 90 points overall. So this is going to help Legacy catch them. Falcons, it's not much, but it's good. It's progress in the right direction on holding on down to the 3rd place spot. Meanwhile, TSM and Sonics, Sonics is just running away with this thing.
I know. Sonics still got 12 points on a terrible game. How do you do that? 172, now at 62 points ahead of TSM, but now just 11 back behind. This is going to be Falcons. Gas Cans with only a 4-point lead over Legacy. Toyo now right up in the thick of it. We said that there were still opportunities, but I wasn't expecting Toyo to come out swinging like this, man.
Back-to-back wins for Toyo, and now all of a sudden they jump from, I think it was 14th place all the way up to 6th, and they're only 9 points away from the cut line right now. Gas Cans did not need a 1-point game right there, man. That is brutal for them. Hopefully they can turn things around. We are about to switch it up and send it back over to Tago, and that's going to make things a lot more interesting now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to go ahead, take a quick break, get everything situated, move into that next game. So make sure you stay tuned. Map switch means the fact that it's going to get even crazier. See you in a second. last day of ECW qualifiers, or EWC qualifiers. So sorry about that one. Dyslexia kicking in as it is time for Let's Go Tago, as getting a map switch, Poro, making our way back into the wild cards.
Going to Tago right after Toyo just put a performance on Miramar, back-to-back victories to get them right back into the mix. And the cut line is not running away from anybody right now. Gas Cans really needs to kind of step it up here. Falcons as well.
This is just getting so crazy to watch how this is playing out. I mean, one squad winning the first 2 games back-to-back is absolutely ridiculous to put them back into this one. EM3, who was just at the bottom of the leaderboard, having themselves a big game to pick up a lot of kills. Sonic's then still finding 12 points inside that last game, means that it was still just kind of like a dirge of not having any points to be able to find anywhere. And so the squads that were looking for something just couldn't find it.
Yeah, that was definitely yet another weird circle that we've seen today this weekend. But yeah, no, it's making things a little bit interesting. I'm sure these guys are hating it because they would prefer things to be a little bit more easy to predict. But you know what? Them's the breaks, my dudes. Let's figure out what you're gonna do and try to get those points. Get over to that EWC in beautiful, sunny summer Riyadh.
Ooh, it is going to be sunny indeed. It's going to be like the northern part of Miramar.
Or the northeastern part of Rondo.
This is true. Yeah, northeastern part. That always throws me a bit.
Sand everywhere.
Well,
Don't do
very
it.
southern plain path, though.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you're not going to go over to the main island, I mean, not the main island, off the main island, the smaller island, that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, it looks like we probably will avoid a northern circle, which I guess that'll be 3 games now that we haven't had a northern circle. Everything kind of playing around south here. Now, remember the first day we had the circle that popped all the way on that southeastern side, and it cut out a good probably 35% of the circle. It was unplayable off of circle 1, and then we ended up going back there again for day number 2. So let's see if we can go by Ohyang and the studio 3 times in a row. Dare we wish.
I mean, SSG day 1 wanted to go to studio, got denied. Then day 2 went to studio, didn't seem to like it. So day 3, they're just like, okay, now we're just gonna move a bit further north, and we are getting yet again another southeastern circle.
Seriously. Okay. You know, I'm super glad we got this map that we've only gotten to see the southeastern part of for 3 days in a row. But you know what? It's probably good for these guys, because if they've figured out and learned how they like to make their rotations down here, then they get to do it yet again.
Well, I mean, what do you want to talk about, Poro? We've already talked about the non-playable, the red wall line, studio being in the corner, trying to make a rotation, playing against the edges, the importance of emergency pickups. We've kind of beat the circle to death. So what have we missed?
I don't know. I think this one obviously cutting a little bit more, including a lot more of that unplayable zone. So
true.
When we saw that on day 1, we did end up seeing a lot more E pickups coming from the north, and they just kind of sent it right to that edge of the unplayable. As a result, that hillside just to the east of where studio is saw a lot of action, and right off the bat, it looks like Shap might be getting a little bit close to Monster for SSG there, as EM3 looting up in Ouyang, and see Monster heard him coming.
Does Shap even have any idea? I don't see any vehicles around on this one. He just kind of rolled in. Monster's going to catch this one entirely. Okay, he's got himself 30 rounds. So Monster better be a monster and make this one hit, because it looks like Shap's doing a lot of looting over there. Might have to contend with armor, helmets, everything else like that. So,
oh man, and now Glock's coming too.
But all of SSG is also collapsing in on this one. So as Glock lands in, it is going to be the rest of SSG defending up, prepared to help their boy Monster. How's this going to play out?
SSG is trying to play that game of how close can we get to where they don't hear our engines, to where they're not expecting us to be here, but we still want to be able to support our boy. We want to be able to get both of these knocks and flushes. It's going to be tough, but you can see they're playing the sneaky snakes game here.
Oh, there's a shot's coming up from Monster. Does get the knock onto Glock, so that's going to make it a lot more complicated. Shap, what are you going to do? You got 7 bullets. How scary can you be? Now down to 4. What else do you got? I mean, you can see he's looking around. Okay, pistol time. Go over the flush. Now you have like, what, 1 bullet left in that? I didn't see it. Just pick up whatever you can find, my man.
Oh Oh, Shap got into the vehicle. He's got 1 HP to go. Oh, they're not going to get him. They're not going to get him, and that's brutal. That was a free point, it felt like. Oh. But you know what? The trap was sprung fairly well. And, well, now Shap has to worry about TSM as he retreats into Ouyang.
Great. Shap's just on. And I mean, this is just like the tragedy of Shap the Wise. I mean, he is just having to go from place to place, and it is just problem upon problem. Meanwhile, Bestia looks like they're getting close to the other parts of, man, and this is, what are you going to do? Your whole squad is now separated out 3 corners of the earth, it feels like.
I mean, this is, you know, everybody talks about, oh, I'd love to be center circle. Center circle is great, but center circle, this is what you have to deal with when you get in comp. Is every time you move, if you decide to move away from the place that you dropped, you have to be quick about it. Otherwise, you can expect all these teams that are on their early rotations to be there ready and waiting. So
look at Legacy. They're gatekeeping right against that wall, and they're going to catch Toyo for this.
Catch Pippa breeze through. And they're not even going to catch him. That sucks.
Low profile and speed. Bad. He is speed right now. Binya, what you going to do? I guess you're going to go to the opposing side. Spray is going to be a lot closer that time, and that's going to be Binya down.
That one's a little easier that time for LFP. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that one. The low profile on that other card, just too difficult to play around. But another point in the bag for Legacy, and they need as many as they can get because they are dead set on catching gas cans.
I mean, it's a smart play to try to pick up a couple of points. I mean, it's a good read on a circle. That's a homework play, right? You know how everybody keeps playing over along the red wall, trying to make sure that they make a run down off of this. So go ahead, try to see if you can catch somebody out. Even a point here or there, who cares? Circle's still pretty open. We don't have an idea on where it's going to finalize yet. Probably leaning into the north due to how much red is still kind of unplayable in this. So I like every concept behind the play.
Yeah, and if you're doing it at the exact spot that Legacy was doing it at, you know, it's fairly low risk play to try to pick up a point. So, you know, they weren't interested in trying to send it dead center early on. Like, they're a very slow playing team. They try to play pretty conservatively for the first couple of circles. So that was just a very easy way for them to try to pick up a point there. And if they don't get anything off of it, no harm, no foul really. But
now they're going to be rotating, and it's going to be Toyo that's going to be able to take some shots at them while rotating. But anything that might just give Legacy an idea on where they were, as I think that they were trying to keep an eye on that rotation. Yeah, they're going to stop off and immediately start trying to find out who was taking those shots at them. Also, we did see Monster have Bestia roll right on top of him, so another squad just trying to interact with Monster, but the 2-2 split from SSG pretty strong, as everything is just getting really, really hectic. Well, I guess property value-wise, everybody's just trying to grab everything. Not a lot of firefights down here.
Yeah, I mean, what you talk about property-wise, there's just, I mean, unless you're playing the absolute edge of playable area, there's just not much there. As Legacy will spot out Danet. Won't get the knock that time. At least one of those bullets will hit, though, at the end. As you see Pippa starting to look over there to see if he can catch anybody slipping. But fortunately for Legacy, everybody playing those mountains fairly safely. Meanwhile, we got SSG and Bestia right on top of each other over here in the studio, as you previously mentioned. 2-2 split for SSG.
Well, they were next to Monster. Bestia was originally next to Monster in that duo. Now they've moved down to the south to be next to this other duo, while Rent Free is coming into the west of this one. This is getting to be a lot more problematic for this 2-2 split for SSG. It's still kind of defendable between the two, but I mean, I guess that, I mean, you've got Studio. You've wanted Studio for a long time, and you finally have it. What are you going to do with it?
Well, and then you throw in the additional factor of Rent Free. They started making their way in down here, but it looks like they're going to be comfortable just playing on the hillside. They're not going to go ahead and try to send it in towards any of the compounds, assuming that they've gotten here pretty late. I mean, 8 minutes in, you gotta anticipate that pretty much everything is going to be already filled. So,
is what they'll do. Chow? What are you guys doing? I mean, Elevate will stop and take shots, but Chow won't. I dare you.
But Chow just wanting to breeze through, and fortunately for them, it looks like the terrain will allow them to do just that. As they'd had one person stop to scout, and Despoon's got him dead to rights. He's far away from the car. Despoon, take the shots. BL Calmo is just calmly scouting around. Now
the shots are starting to connect. Does force it back behind the tree, and it's going to be Poonage that picks him up. And now Pachal was like, see, guys, this is why we don't ever stop. Lesson learned. They will never stop again.
Hey, you gotta stop and do a little bit of casual scouting, right? Vegas will be the one that gets the credit for, or gets the final bullet into him, and Pachal will just have to continue on their merry way with only 3 alive, as that suits them fairly fine. I mean, they're not early game scrappers, so they will be okay playing till the late game. Elevate, there's a lot of room there on that western side. Nobody, obviously I said something about it, but I don't think I've seen anybody take any E pickups in here.
Well, nobody was playing to the west, and that's what the catastrophe for Pachal is there. They were rotating just kind of along this path, and Elevate was sitting there. There's nobody within like a kilometer except for Elevate. Nobody's even in the western part of the circle at all. It's just that one spot, and you bump into that one team that's there.
Feels super bad, man. Looking at Falcons and gas cans here now. They have that. Okay, well, that's pretty much exactly where we thought the circle would go.
Yeah.
Gas cans going to send it right into Luna, but Luna already in vehicles and on the move. They didn't like their position with this new zone popping, and they were considering making a move, but now as soon as gas cans comes through, they have to put that thing on pause.
Gas cans are the epitome of first come, first served, aren't they, man? They just go. They're like, we know exactly where we want to be. If somebody shoots us along the way, whatever.
Just send it. Just send it. Don't stop unless you absolutely have to. Well, they have found themselves a little bit of a spot to play outside of Ouyang. It looks like Falcons are going to stop and get a little loot influx there off of the care package drop. Mercy, meanwhile, they're trying to send it through, and they're getting right on top of EM3. And EM3, Shap is going to start things off by getting the knock on a sneak attack.
Ooh, a bit of a problem over here. EM3 getting complete control of this one. I mean, they're still vibing off of that last game. Seifu, though, still up and alive, starting to try to make some plays around, seeing if he can spot out anybody. Magda's going to be playing on maybe a vulnerable position. PWD also starting to line in this one, but it's going to be Sam Crow that spots out Seifu. Now it is just PWD in some trouble. He's got to figure out a way to defend this one. At least has an angle back behind him, but he's going to take down Sam Crow, trying to go for a flush. Utility is going to come out. PWD with nothing. He's got to be careful. Almost stepped into that Molotov.
Ooh, that was really close. He was blind, too, as he's going to find another one as Shap peeks at the wrong time. And PWD now Elevate has decided to come in on this. Shrimsy is taking shots at it from range, trying to secure a few kills, steal a kill or two away. PWD just throw the smoke down, slow things down a bit, and see if you can get some vengeance for the last 2 games here. Mercy fighting EM3, and so far EM3 has been coming out on top.
Elevate can't make too much of a move due to a 2-2 split coming out from TSM to the south and east over in Ouyang, and the hillside to the south of this. So that's why Elevate, while they wanted to make some type of play for it, can't do much. But we are going to see PWD get taken down by Elevate. And so that's at least going to finish out. But EM3, I do like the fact on how they were playing that until it all kind of came apart. But they at least managed to get the res back on Sam Crow.
I love the way Elevate's playing this super aggressive. They're trying to get as many points as they possibly can as they are trying to get themselves back in the running. Meanwhile, Sonics and Falcons have found each other on the north side of this map. And Spam and Bestia fighting each other. There's also a number of fights going on around here as Punage will get the knock onto Sam Crow.
Oh, that's big problem for EM3. Already down in numbers and now going to have to deal with Sam Crow going down early inside of this firefight. Couple of peeks around. This is at least this is a complicated area to make a push around. I mean, it's got some verticality that comes in. These hallways are very contained. With the smokes coming in, you can see that there's a lot of little hidey holes with the tables. So Elevate's having to take this very, very slow.
Like you said, you got TSM also kind of taking shots from range as Magno has the shotty out, is ready to go. He's got the door closed so that he doesn't get flashed, but he's ready. He's going to open that one for Punage and immediately closes it back. He doesn't want any part of it. And there you go. He's going to go ahead and go down as Elevate wins that fight. And now we cut over back towards Sonics and Falcons. Sonics have already taken one away from Falcons. H-Win is bleeding out, but Falcons, yeah, they're just going to dip. Oh no, they're all 4 up. Okay, never mind.
Circles popped and Falcons are like, we don't want to have to deal with this. We're content. Let's just go ahead and hop in the vehicles. They're going to bump into Luna and take some shots as they're rotating in. Ouyang no longer inside the circle, so we're definitely leaning in studio. We've been hinting at it for 2 days, so I'm glad we're at least finally starting to move that direction.
Yeah, we're going to see that hill to the east of Studio yet again. That was where Pachau got a big victory on day one, playing around that hill, and they're sending it right back over there as we check in with gas cans on that northern side. Trying to see if they can maybe take a few shots at Falcons, but no angles really revealing themselves here. Falcons just going to go ahead and send it back over towards the east.
TSM with control of the northeast right now. Falcons not finding easy pathing. Toyo's going to be just on the outskirts of this one. You can see Pachau just kind of hunkered down inside the crates, inside of this dip at the top of the hill, which could be a cubby hole perfect for a nade if they're not careful. Looking out, trying to see if we can spot any other rotations. Yeah, I mean, and they do have Luna that's playing kind of close to him, but Luna can't step up because of Animaniacs, oddly enough, defending over into the east.
Yeah, so it should be safer here for the time being here. SSG finds a very free compound, and they just go ahead and take it. And that might have been a 2-2 split that they just brought back together, but TSM going to move into the north part of Studio. And Falcons, are they going to try to stop for this next care package? They're going to find themselves right next to Toya, as Pippa just listening for the footsteps.
Also, while this is going on, emergency pickup happening for Elevate to try to get away from Sonics. So they're up in the air, and I have no idea where they're going to land, but it is not going to be probably too friendly. Pippa creeping in onto Flood right now, so we'll have to see where Elevate opts into landing, because this is essentially just throwing, I guess, gasoline on a bonfire no matter where they go.
And nobody was really shooting at them. It looks like they might be heading for the south part of a 2-2 rent-free split.
There are a lot of people shooting at him now. My lord, that's going to be Animaniacs, Luna, rent-free. They don't even manage to touch the ground, bro. That was harsh.
Yikes. Yikes. Oh, people going to hear Flood bouncing around. Does he see Roth off of the distance? Roth doesn't see him. Oh, no! That's not what you wanted. Go ahead and get the flush on the Flood, as well as now everybody's aware of where he is. Pippa gonna go down, but he made Falcons pay the price, as now Toyo, Emmy, and Danny coming up here to see if they can maybe take a little bit more advantage of Falcons here.
I mean, nope, Falcons have just a great defensive line, though. That's the whole reason why Pippa had to go for that sneaky play, right?
They also have two care package drops worth of loot with them.
I'm gonna have to regret making any rotation over there. So let's see, big moves. Sonic's not inside the zone. They're gonna have to come in from the south. A circle does pop in on our hillside that we were looking at with Pachau just a little while ago, spamming control of Studio. TSM just to the north of that, and a lot of teams up to the north, most notably that very kitted Falcons gonna have to rotate.
I gotta love, once again, phase 4 pop, 43 alive. So it has been a brutal time here on Rondo. As we keep eyes on Falcons off to the north. It looks like they might just... do you not have enough loot yet, Roth? Are you kidding? You're still looting?
No.
Oh, no, we need heals. We need meds. That's fine.
Meds are good.
That's fine.
Meds are good. I'm not going to fault him for that. There was a lot on him, too, so good pickup.
Animaniacs might have just pushed Legacy far out enough to where they might be forced into fight against the Sonics here.
A couple of shifts to come into play as the blue zone could be corralling anything going on with Sonics and Legacy. See the Animaniacs are continuing taking those peppering shots over into Luna. That's why Luna can't get involved in anything with Pachau or the split that's kind of going on with the rent-free boys.
Gas cans going for the late game pickup. It worked so well for Elevate. We thought we'd try to make a run for it as well. And where are they going to go? They're going to go dead center, and weirdly enough, that's probably the best place they could have gone here. But they're getting a little too close to TSM, and Yato actually going to send a lot of shots in. Hikerman is going to go down. No! That's not what you want to see.
Hey, but they touched the ground. That's a benefit off the last one.
They touched grass. Good for them. And Teros just panzered them into oblivion. Oh no.
Meanwhile, the Ross is like, my poor shoe. Look what you did to it.
Well, so Legacy got a little bit close to Sonics, and now they try to send it. They're going to send it right into Silzen, who's holding down the line here all by his lonesome, next to no HP left in the tank for him. He's going to have a grenade ready and waiting, and he's going to die before the grenade even goes off. Okay, BAZ is going to get knocked and flushed as well by Pachao. So now RBN, the last player left alive here for Legacy. They'll just keep the smoke cycling.
I mean, this is just terrible for him. RBN is just trying to find somewhere to get away from SSG. I think he finally found a sight lane that was kind of safe. Pachao is also taking shots into this one because they don't have too many other targets that they can really look at. TSM's got control over their compound, so pretty much waiting for the next circle to reveal itself and where we're going to be sended. Sonics, though, in a bit of trouble. Backs up against the blue zone right now. It's going to be Animaniacs and Rent Free as well as Luna that are kind of holding them in place.
Well, they still have vehicles, and that shift actually going to help them out a little bit here. But the big problem here for them is Rent Free and obviously Animaniacs. They don't have to do anything. They can just stay inside their compound and free farm ADR onto Sonics as soon as they try to make a move. So I don't know what the play is for Sonics here. The play for TSM obviously is going to be to send it right into this construction zone. They saw what happened over here, and RBN, he realizes that he's waiting for it, and Sparking going to do the honors.
That was just dirty. Alo does go down from some shots from Pachao, but he should be rezzed. This gets them in a very good position to play from. I mean, pretty defended for right now. SSG is going to have to make a move to the north. That's the harassment coming out. Just Pachao, the only thing they really have to worry about. Crate's going to come in, land Presence from Heaven, going to provide some cover as well as some potential loot, but I don't think that anybody's going to make a move near that. That's just a death trap.
That's bait. That is definite bait. We'll see if anybody takes it, but I doubt we will. As nice shots from Kurt will get the knock on to Andy. Unfortunately, won't be able to get the flush on it.
Oh, okay.
Sonics, yeah, this is all you can really do here. You clown car, use the trees as cover as long as you can, and hope that AAA aren't looking as the spray come. That was interesting. Shrimsy, the last one alive here, as Chris managed to get a couple of them, and yep, that was all she wrote for Sonics. As I mean, there was just nowhere for them to go, really.
Sonics using invis hacks and can't even make the rotate. No, that was just spectator bug. That happens every once in a while when we do a quick swap over. Falcons in some trouble up over to the north with SSG, though. Falcons at least do have Roth that's inside the zone, and they're trying to use that to gatekeep out SSG's positioning. So Falcons going to try to retreat away from this one, and Luna Galaxy still just hunker down because what else are they going to do, man?
Well, that's all you can do, really. I mean, this is... You got rocks, you got some hard cover, you got some vehicles, you're fine. Everything's vibing. SSG, meanwhile, they're leave their compound, but they've got a nice little dip to work with here. But Falcons, let's start sending it over in that direction. Remember, Falcons absolutely kitted to the gills here, but I don't know how much utility they'll have in a 3v4 firefight. They've got a chance, though.
Nades coming out on both the firefights we're watching right now. TSM trying to drop them on spam. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming trying to land them up on what's going on with Falcon, but it's going to be Pachao that gets the knock on to Roth to make this a lot more complicated. Space Station Gaming now trying to exploit it, moving in, doing some peeks around. Right on the other side of that Roth is going to be a very big problem. Pixel, how are you going to play this one? If you go for a peek up on top of it, you might have to deal with Pachao's firing lines. He's got to play this one so carefully, but it's providing time for a potential res coming out for Falcons.
Yeah, smoke walls keeping things slow here. That's the only thing keeping Falcons kind of into this. Is Pixel going to hop up on top of the rock, see what he can spot out. He's looking at the wrong rock, unfortunately, and Rello's just slow walking, creeping along the edge of that smoke wall. Hasn't spotted out anybody just yet, but they do manage to get the revive, so Falcons back up to 3.
This is getting pretty complicated for TSM as it is a ton of blue. That's like, I can't even count that. That's like, what, 5 blue zone nades that have been dropped on top of them? They're trying to navigate spam coming up on one side, Rent Free on the other. Pachao is now shifted away from looking at what's going to be going on with Space Station Gaming as well as Falcons get involved in what's going on with TSM. TSM just trying to hold it together while everything is being thrown at them. I'm talking kitchen sinks, everything. Just pick up cars, tires, anything else you got. Try to throw it that direction.
Well, now in Pachao actually took the bait crate. They sent it over here while that fight was going on, and now Luna Galaxy actually starting to get involved as well. So Luna Galaxy, remember, they were just kind of hunkered down. Now starting to spread their wings a little bit on the high ground of this hill. See if they can find some knocks here. They will find one, and there you go. Posa will pick up Fakazin off of Pachao.
Now returning attention back over to TSM. They've weathered the blue storm for a while. Pretty Curdy already making a move into Pachao. Pachao getting that loot, though. Kurt's going to have to do some very tricksy firefight. Does get the knock on Andy. Can he make a move around this one to spot out the last one? P90 in hand, so AKM versus it, but he's going to get spotted up from the top of the hill. Bizzler's going to go ahead and take him down, and now it's just getting more and more problematic as Alo is in the thick of Rent Free.
I mean, he's just keeping these smokes cycling as long as he can, hoping that somebody maybe comes over here and third parties this fight. as he's gonna listen, see if he can find some way to escape this, but Rent Free is just collapsing right on top. They want this point. They would love to kill Halo here, as he's gonna find it, but doesn't get the knock. Sees Honey Badger, takes a few shots, back into the smoke we go.
Oh man, and just has to retreat back into it. I mean, close range God, very close range right now, trying to navigate it. Rent Free can't move in the way that they want to with his positioning. Luna Galaxy, you can see looking into everything that's going on over with Animaniacs. So this is just getting more and more problematic for everybody to try to navigate. Falcons did get some separation, I think, away from what was going on to the north. So Space Station Gaming now looking down into this firefight with Rent Free and Alo, who is just pinned, man.
But Luna just sent it right into Animaniacs, and it ends up paying off. They do lose one in the process. Rent Free, though, looking really, really strong here, as they will pull back up to the top of that hill after Luna Galaxy has kind of left it to go clean up what was left of Animaniacs. Falcons have spread out as well on that northern side. SSG just down to 2 here. Monster and Page pinned down a little bit at range. They're trying to take shots over towards Rent Free, and they'll find Oldest.
I mean, Halo is just surviving. You got to give it to him right now. He has been in the thick of it for so long and somehow clinging to life. He's just being a constant thorn in the side. Finally goes down, but the cost on it means that so much positioning was denied. Rent Free could not move. So as we move into our top 4, it's going to be Luna Galaxy with control just next to him. But keep in mind, it's just Haven and Luna, while Falcons are playing over into the northeast. And it feels like they got about half the circle under their control.
Oh boy, 10 kills now for Rent Free. If they can manage to get a few more kills and the win, they will be right back in the mix. Remember, they started off this tournament, they had a great day on Friday and then started slowly backsliding a little bit. And now if they can find a way to get a victory here, they will be right back where they started. We'll see what they can pull off, as got to pull down here just to get that blindness down. Now Falcons, though, remember, Falcons absolutely kitted right now, and they're going to get even more kitted as they're going to get to the drop on the top of the hill.
Man, it's dinner time in the U.S., and they are hungry. SSG, Falcons, and Rent Free all needing some big games work around. Falcons trying to buy some space. They want to secure a position. They want to go back to the home turf of Saudi Arabia and try to secure some points for the Falcons and help themselves. Rent Free does get spotted out. It's going to be Rello, takes down Bizzler. Now Rent Free in some trouble, back up against the wall. Haven is going to spout out Rello, reveal himself. Roth's going to go ahead and take some shots back at him, so that might finish that one pretty quick. But no, actually Haven doing a good job on trying to juke out the bullets and stay alive.
Yeah, Haven, they've signed his own death warrant with that one by taking shots over towards Rello, but there you go. Oh, Rent Free is just getting picked apart at this point. Honey Badger, the last player alive. SSG is still wrapping around on that western side. They haven't gotten up to the top of the hill just yet. Honey Badger staying alive in that smoke cloud, but Falcons now up to 10 kills. Remember, they lost Flood pretty early on, and they are in a position here to where they could basically, I would think at this point of the tournament, a win here would secure their spot for sure.
I mean, it definitely make it a lot more comfortable, especially with the fact that Sonics and TSM, while they did manage to live pretty decently in this one, I don't know what the kill counts are going to look like, as well as placement, because man, we had so many rats that were still just kind of clinging to life. Honey Badger, not a lot of options to work with, but Nade's going to land right on top of Roth, as Haven is kind of doing its own independent problem for Roth. That damage is going to connect, and the bullet's going to go ahead and finish it down. Now Roth down and out on this one could open up an opportunity for Honey Badger to go after Bizzler, or maybe Space Station Gaming to creep up the hillside.
Well, Haven just being the biggest pain in the butt right now. Will flush out Roth. He's just going to go down to the blue, as Honey Badger might actually be able to get a res onto Bizzler here, but no, SSG, they're coming over at the complete worst time for this. Ooh. But they haven't spotted him. Monster doesn't see him.
Oh, the tree blocked it out just enough. Trying to go for meds there. They're going to spot it out. Finish it. There you go. Rent Free going to pick it up. All right, we'll get it picked up, and it's going to be SSG on one side, Falcons on the other. 2v2. And Snaker's got himself a big toy to play with. Rello does too. Meanwhile, it looks a bit more economy-based, as Paige is going to be coming down the hillside with a couple of toys to work with, but this is going to be very interesting. I mean, SSG does have the center dot for the time being.
Yeah, a couple of teams that really were in need of having big games, and they're going to find them here on Rondo. Regardless of the fact that Rent Free doesn't get the win here, they still had, that's going to be a huge jump in the standings for them.
Yeah.
After getting that many kills and finishing in third, SSG could also find themselves jumping up here after what's been a pretty forgettable day so far. But Falcons, they feel this win. they feel themselves securing themselves a spot if they can get it. But as you said, SSG, they have a lot of room to work around. Falcons just using these rocks as hard cover as long as they possibly can.
And they've got the crates too that they can kind of navigate through. The hillside is going to be what SSG has to work with, so you can kind of get the aerial for it. Snakers would love to kind of move a bit more to the north, but he just does not trust that angle. And the way the Page is playing it, I don't blame him. It's going to be no overpeaks coming up from SSG. They realize that they've got the center dot. Monster's just trying to keep an eye on Rello, keep it all contained. Slow back down the pace of the game. Put it in your favor. If you've got center dot control, that's what you want. You don't want to go for a peak that puts your whole control at jeopardy.
No, they've just got to be patient. They've got to be patient here. Rello, and see, has that level 3 helmet, but the level 3 vest is pretty shredded at this point. Not sure what SSG is sitting on as well, but I know that they ran past a few crates of their own. As you can see, the ghillie suit there, the Groza also. So this could be a pretty even 2v2. I think the only thing is SSG has so much more room to really move around and work, where Falcons are just holding on to this hardcover as long as they can.
The hillside also does kind of block them out. While we do see SSG that's holding the center dot does lean more into the top of the hill, right? So that means that you're going to have to peek up on the top of this one at some point. Yes, Falcons are further away, but they still do have the hillside that's providing them that cover, so they have something that they can work with. Monster has the easier rotate, but this just looks like it's going to be a just king of the hill fight to end out this Tego as everybody is just kind of creeping up into it. Page has got to maintain control. He's got to hear every single footstep and know when the approach is coming, as Falcons have regrouped, stacked up on top of each other, hoping that they can at least trade.
Yeah, looking to see if they can maybe get the double peek, catch one of them peeking before the other one, get a 2v1. That's well, all you're hoping for here is that you get the 2v1. So Falcons gonna stay on top of each other, but it looks like they've been spotted out. SSG gonna send the blue zone grenades over there, but they're gonna land a little bit short. But the blue zone is tickling at the backs already here. They have to leave that rock eventually, and Monster has a good angle on it, but he's gonna have to pull away.
Page tries to go for a shift, and you can see Falcons are trying to use those crates, navigate him. The smoke is going to line up. Page doesn't have a lot of cover to work with. It's going to be on a Monster, but look, all of this utility coming out is going to be really big. Page goes down. Quick exchange is going to be Snakers that spots him out. Monster's just trying to get a knock in retaliation. Does manage to pick it up, but no! It's going to be shots from outside of this one. It's going to be Falcons with 12 kills to pick it up. SSG well fought, though.
Rello got him just before he was able to get into the smoke cloud and escape to heal. But really, really well played there by both teams at the end. Falcons will get the win with 12 kills, but you can see how much Rent Free did in that game. 12, I think it was 1,700 damage, 7 assists. I mean, it was huge performance from them. So a lot of these teams that were needing to have that big game to kind of get themselves back into it for the last half, these last 3 games, they put themselves right where they need to be.
Let's try to take a look at that leaderboard. We know we want to get into this one quick. We're talking a lot about how the exchanges were coming in. So it's going to be Falcons, 22 points. That is massive for them. Rent Free, 16. Space Station, 11. Luna Galaxy with 11 as well, while TSM only pick up 6. Sonics only get 2. Gas Cans get none. Legacy only gets 1. Poro, this next page is going to be interesting.
Oh, it is. Gas Cans, that was 2 bad games in a row. That is the last thing that you needed. Legacy going out early as well was brutal stuff. But Falcons, I think, should be they might actually be ahead of TSM at this point after this one. Yep, there they go. They're going to jump up ahead, and now you've got Sonics, Falcons, TSM. It feels like with 3 games remaining, pretty secure with those top spots, but it's now just the battle for 4th. And look how many teams are right there. It's all the way down to 10th with Toyo at 83. Everybody within single digits of that 4th place cut line.
I mean, we still got 3 games left, so somebody can try to stack something together, but TSM, Falcons, Sonics, they're feeling really good. Falcons finally getting some distance away from the rest of the pack, getting some breathing room. TSM, though, I mean, it's still close. It's only, that's 25 points. They need to make sure that they string these together, but Erangel tends to be good for them. So we'll have to see how this is going to go. But Gas Cans, what are you going to be able to pull together inside of these next 3 games? You're going to have to secure against a pack that is hungry. And Legacy going for early game plays in that last game, Poro. that means that they want this. They are hungry and they're going to be after it.
Well, they've got 3 games left to decide, and they're going to start off on Rondo, and Rondo has been a significant wild card so far this weekend. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top of that. It could be another team that is on that right side of the leaderboard that just has their big game and finds themselves right back in the mix. It seems like we've had that happen like 3 times here so far.
I mean, I'm ready for it all. We are about to feast, PUBG fans. This is going to be absolutely nuts. Make sure you stay tuned. We've got Rondo up next, and then Aaron Gill to follow it up. We will be back in just 1 minute.
3, 2, 1, go.
Look, I know I said a minute. It was a bit longer than a minute, but I needed it, man. This is getting into a very precarious situation for a lot of teams. Poro, my man, your destiny and your livelihood for Esports World Cup, you have to try to get it, and your next game is going to be on Rondo. That is some pressure.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. But especially when you look at the leaderboard, you see how close everybody is. But like, man, you just got to keep going. You keep playing your same game. Keep doing what you've been doing, unless you're gas cans. Keep doing what you've been doing, but do the good part, not the bad part. It's yeah. I mean, it sucks. I feel like gas cans were looking great, and then 2 games in a row and 1 point, and that was it. And all of a sudden everybody's caught up. So but the good thing is we still got 3 games left to play, right? So they can turn things around still.
I mean, a lot of teams can still turn things around, as we're looking at the cut line at 91 for gas cans, presently in 4th, and then all the way down to Toyo in 10th, 83 points. There is 8 points separating out 8 positions for him. Jeez.
I'm a little confused here. I didn't know we did the 2 planes. I thought we only did the 1 plane. But either way,
same.
You know,
Same.
It's it is what it is. So that's what we're gonna see, and everybody gets to drop anywhere they want, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, everything is now on the table for whatever you would like to try to achieve. Don't let your dreams be memes. You can do whatever you would like now.
Don't let them do it. I mean, my dream right now is to see. My dream is to see a circle that goes up to the northeast. That's my dream.
You just want more Miramar. I know you.
True. Yeah.
I'm not opposed to it either.
Look at that. Everybody on the 1 plane got out before it even got to the halfway mark. That's crazy.
I mean, you got to get off before it hits the middle cut, right? That's where it gets dangerous.
Things I've learned.
If you jump whenever the what is it, where they cross at, boy, that's the pain position.
Apparently Spam didn't care. They just drop right on top of the test track and do their business. A lot of people on the south.
Yeah,
you notice
honestly, look at what's going on with Sonics with their split. Looks like they're trying to land and get a vehicle. They are going to get ahead of Legacy, so that should be fine. I think everybody's just trying to figure out, like, okay, what's going on with the circle? It's going to go pretty centered. So
let's go.
Not going to get your Sandy ending this time, boy.
Unfortunately, you know, the only people that are missing out are the fans and me.
I mean, we might get a racetrack in.
Mostly me. Test tracking would be pretty dope. I'd like to see that. I'd be all right with that. Let's get it.
Go to
Why not?
I'm waiting for it. You'll get your dirt then, right?
I would get a little bit of dirt, a little dust action. But yeah, I mean, even with the 2 planes, nobody really dropping anywhere near each other. Looks like Rent Free going into Jadina. But the only thing that I was a little bit concerned about is all the teams that are on the south side. It'd be interesting to see how they make their rotations up into this circle, if they have the same rotation paths in mind, if they end up running close to each other, because that's one thing that we have seen in Rondo is that teams are spreading out a lot, and as a result they're getting involved in fights way early. So we're seeing like less and less teams, or less and less players alive towards like circle 6 and 7. So you'll see. It'd be interesting to see if that remains the case here on day 3.
What's also interesting is the center of this map is pretty open, specifically where we centered up. Yeah, it's got some compounds in it, but like most of the points of interest tend to play along the edges of this map. So that leads to a lot of potential early game contention. As you know, you can see that EM3 is coming after this compound very quickly. Bestia already had a member that was there, but they're going to go ahead and retreat out because they don't want to overextend into it. They aren't ready to make the push in. Yeah, we got like Danqing and stuff like that. Tooling that's going to be over here, and a couple of like compounds kind of scattered in between it. But this is mostly hillside firefighting that we're going to be looking at for the circle.
Love the city. So cool looking.
It is, dude. I wanted the city.
Like it. Well, if Bestia, I'm not sure if they're wanting to get a knock here, but Yeah, Spam needed to save at least one of those cars. They were going to lose all the tires on 2 cars, and that's not really the way you want to be. So they'll at least save one of them. It looks like Glock and Shap are on their way as well to provide some backup. But Bestia just going to go ahead and stick it around just north of Danching. And Falcons starting to make their way up too, getting a little close to Luna. We'll see how far Rello decides to take the boys into this one.
And I want to give a prep for this, because this is going to be a very big mental game for a lot of these squads that are all competing for different positions, specifically for 4th right now. An early out is going to require so much mental fortitude to bounce back in the last 2 games. So a lot of these squads are going to be trying to play as safe as possible for the earlier sections of this game. And I like the fact that Falcons scouted this out and they're trying to move as close to center so that way they have to try to avoid moving as much as possible. They're playing for the position game, but they've got Luna next to them and they've got Sonics also in a similar rotation pattern.
Yeah, I mean, one thing though, I think Falcons definitely breathing a lot easier after that last game, so we might see them be a little bit more aggressive this time around as you see Flood getting a little bit close to Luna. And you do have Shrimsy just on the top there as well. As we check in with Chow, looks like they might be considering doing the E pickup all the way in. And they're pretty separated though, so they better hurry up if they're trying to get together.
See Luna in their split right now, not being punished, but definitely not feeling as comfortable as it was just a second ago. They've got Falcons on one of their duos, and then they've got Sonics on the other one. Bestia and EM3 still kind of holding their odd splits next to each other as Bestia's positioning is getting more collapsed in from Mercy. TSM is going to be coming to the south pretty cleanly. Really, it's just going to be about how Elevate, Pachow, and Legacy opt into trying to handle this. Luckily, most of the northern part of the circle around test track is pretty open.
Yeah, I mean, it is open, but I'm looking at Elevate. They're not even considering going over in that direction. So maybe already thinking going down back towards the south. So I guess that's the, well, not sure if that's an issue with 2 planes or what, but
we also have the weird situation where there's the river that's cutting in on the right side of the circle. So most of the teams are probably going to opt into playing pretty, I guess, like a third centered off of it, kind of more onto the western side of the center, kind of where Falcons, Luna, and Sonics are all kind of aiming this to be.
Okay, so it looks like Pachow just sending BL on that E pickup to pre-scout for the rest of the gang. The rest of Sonics are still just playing over here, taking shots at Luna. Nothing too terribly serious there. Gas cans might be gathering themselves for a E pickup. And look at Oldless. Oldless doing the long wrap, going north for Rent Free.
Shrimsy also playing this really aggressively. He's like, I guess that they feel that there's the potential for a solid victory from this compound, and they're kind of risking it. They're going to throw a nade up. Zraken's already spotted that one out, so Kraken's going to go ahead and escape away from it. Pose is going to go ahead and hop in the vehicle, and they're going to escape. A couple of nades is going to buy that compound for Sonics if they hear it. I don't know if they did.
Well, add into to all of this, I was going to say, Luna, it's been taking them a while to get back together. And okay, we get it. Oldless, that's what he was looking for. Meanwhile, BL Calmo, he was our scout for Pachow. He lands right on top in the midst of all the Falcons, and now that his teammate is in the midst of all of Elevate. So Pachow in kind of a bad way right now.
Yeah, I don't know if that scouting worked out as well as they wanted it to, because Elevate's going to go for some shots into this one, but Pachow stops off and returns shots into him. The spoon's going to go down. Pachow opting into staying this one clear and now going to use the cover. What is Elevate going to do? It looks like they're going to run back to the hills. Vegas got him covered.
I think Elevate was rolling around with the Panzerfaust, and I think they must have just missed it or just barely missed it, because I think that was why Andy was down to about 3 HP there. But yeah, I saw them rolling around. I was like wondering if that was going to be the end of Pachow, but it looks like they managed to turn things around as we see the beautiful Easter colored smoke aiding their escape to some hard cover here. Goodbye to all your tires, though, unfortunately.
I mean, Vegas can cover them, but not enough, it seems like. Legacy also does hear this, and we've been seeing them be a bit more active in the earlier stages. But Chow now has to start taking some shots at them, as here comes the scouting out, spotting what's going on in the air. They're like, hey, there's smokes down. There's vehicles collapsed in on this. Does Legacy go for it? No,
Not
doesn't look
Legacy,
like they
but
are.
Toyo is, though. Toyo wants all of this. They've already gotten one knock, and now Pippa's going to try to secure that with that grenade. He gets right in range. See the arc coming through. Poonish gets knocked low, and now Vegas trying to protect his teammates, and he's going to get spotted out. So Elevate, oh man, talk about everything that could go wrong going wrong here.
Panzerfaust, man, they wanted it so bad, and the Panzerfaust betrayed them. They're gonna go down. Pippa's gonna finish that out. But Chow's gonna pick up 2, and I think that Pippa is gonna pick up 2 as well. So now Toyo's gonna move away from gatekeeping this out. So Chow should be pretty okay.
That's nice though. That's a good couple of pickups, kills picked up there for Toyo. They, you know, they were way off to the south and saw this from range, got that initial knock, and immediately sent it over there to try to secure those. So, you know, that's a team that's in the running. They have a shot at making that 4th place cut line, and they are being aggressive about it.
Hey, now let's see how it's going to settle down. Remember that this is mostly hillsides for right now, so it's going to be shots for control of territory. It's going to be more problematic once we move into the next circle and rotations come a thing, because with the lack of a lot of, I guess, fortified defended positions that teams are playing in right now, it could lead to some very odd rotation situations for teams.
Yeah, Holeless taking the shots from long range, and now we got Pixel in there too. I love seeing the gliders come into play. It's funny that they're coming to play specifically on Rondo, but okay, we'll center right back up again.
It's good to kind of learn what's going on, right? If you don't know exactly what's going to happen and how people are rotating and how people are playing a location, the glider will buy that for your squad.
Gotta be careful about it though, because you start flying low enough, all of a sudden these shots get a little bit easier to hit for Animaniacs as CFCZZ will pull away just in time. Oh, he's taking shots from Oldless in the back, and then he runs into Honey Badger. Well, Oldless being active with that position. It looks like he's dropped it. He's parachuting down. They're joining the rest of the boys now.
I mean, he's secured position. Legacy, though, has entrapped Sparking. I'm not certain if they know that yet, as TSM now has to retreat back to defend him. Legacy is looting, so they have no idea, do they?
They sure don't. You would think that a vehicle being inside.
They just locked him in with a vehicle.
I think
they locked him in. He can't get out.
Well, I think that's Sparking's vehicle, and so I'm pretty sure they saw that and then read the fact that there was somebody in there, and they tried to play it cool. But now TSM is arriving. Sparking does have that Panzerfaust ready to go, just in case anybody wants to peek. RBN gets knocked very low. That grenade almost bounced perfectly. But look at this LFP taking shots in his back. The rest of the boys here, though.
So TSM coming and making landfall, supporting their squad. Nades being prepped up. RBN's got to be careful. Good toss on that nade. Does force Curdy to back away from it, but return nade going to come out from Sparking. He's going to get the knock and follow this one through, but Legacy still scouting with their glider, causing problems for TSM. The problem is it's smoking. It's in trouble. Curdy's got to see if he can spot anything out on this one. Luke 12 is going to go down, and I think that's Gizera that spotted it. Yep, he's going to go and see him from this angle. Kurt's going to go ahead and walk inside this, use this for cover. And it's getting weird real fast here.
I mean, you had LFP trying to seat swap him as he's flying by. He did a little bit of damage, doesn't get any knocks on it though. So 12 not being able to get back on his feet just yet. Sparking holding the line. VHZ pulling around that car. The fact that the vehicles are in there are making it a little bit difficult for these guys to find the angles that they need. Oh,
Mercy's
nice
hopping into vehicles. They're to the west of this, and now they're starting to push in. It looks like they might want to try to get involved. They're flanking him back behind Legacy now that Legacy LFP's managed to make landfall. He's going to have to contend with Mercy that's coming in, so you can see he's got some problems. He can't reinforce, but he has a beautiful angle onto the backside of TSM. He's just taking a second, breathing. Oh, but PWD capitalizes on that second, gets the knock onto him, and this is feeling like a problem for everybody except for Mercy.
Yeah, this is huge for Mercy. I mean, they had a great position over there in Danchang. They sent PWD over there by himself, just a third party, see if he can maybe steal a kill away. And he does do just that. And he's got his point. And now he's going to go back and rejoin the rest of the gang as this fight taking a little bit long to play out. He's there. They're just holding angles. They're just waiting for TSM to peek.
Upside down cars blocking doorways. This This is a catastrophe right now to try to deal with, as the HZ is starting to get a little bit more brave, stepping out. He doesn't want to go for too much more of a peek, though. He knows that there could be some problems, information being fed over. PWD still looking into this. Crate's going to land pretty close to him as well. New Circle's going to pop and goes right on to Falcons.
Okay, right on the Falcons. PWD still looking around, hasn't spotted Alo, so he can't flush that kill. Alo's still slowly bleeding out here, but I think that was VHC that was really waiting for one of the TSM guys to go there, and PWD, there you go, he's going to see him. That's another point now picked up for Mercy, and now that the Circle's moved away from their compound, they decided to come send everybody over here to see if they can maybe collect a little bit more off of it.
That's a dirty peek angle. If anybody tries to peek around that, it's going to be a problem, but you can see Legacy realizing the casualties early. They don't want to go for too much more. Every peek is being risky. Gizera is trying to make something happen, but just cannot connect on the shots. More and more members of Mercy leaving their position that they were playing from. It's no longer inside the safe zone, so they're making a committal into this. They realize that they could have some kills if they can try to gatekeep this out. So no matter what happens in this compound, whoever survives has to deal with Mercy, and Mercy doesn't even want to let them out to begin with.
Toyo looking over in this direction as well. You can see Danny and Emmy starting to creep over here. Benya was just kind of looking down on there, saw the smoke, saw the actions, feeding that information over. We'll see if Toyo wants to really get involved any more than they already have. SSG, meanwhile, trying to come in from the north from that factory position. Spam right behind them, gas cans right in front of them. So SSG trying to see if they can pick up something off of this.
Really close. Gonna go for some shots into it. Cowboy so far not taking any damage. Crest the hill should be safe, but the problem is now they're going to be in Sonic's sight lines in just one moment. What is Spam going to do? Are they going to opt into following? Keep in mind, gas cans are going to be gatekeeping them out, so another push is going to be following in right back behind. They hear the shots now coming out at SSG. They're going to shift away, but there's nowhere for Spam to go. They're just kind of trapped inside of this position. SSG can't get in, and now Spam can't get in. Gas cans and Sonic's holding both of them back.
Yeah, Sonic's just slowly repositioning, trying to find different angles onto this. Meanwhile, this fight that just refuses to end, still going on. Mercy getting a little bit more involved, but Legacy and TSM, they don't have to leave their compounds. They could just stay in there as long as they want. So nobody peeking just yet, so Mercy can't take advantage of it, but they need to start thinking about their position in this next circle, because Toyo has just eyes on, waiting for them to make their way out here. Bestia, meanwhile, held off one push, and now can they hold off a second one from EM3?
This just feels like mutually assured destruction for all three of these teams at this stage, depending on how Toyo can manage to hold it. We also do have the Bestia EM3 fight that you were talking about a second ago. Gizera is now down. TSM can't really do too much to make a move around it. VHD is going to be in the compound right next to it, but he's waiting for TSM to play this a bit more aggressive, but they're not. TSM is just kind of resting back on it. It looks like SSG is just going to send it into Sonics, realizing that they've got to make something happen here. They just make a run right into it, but Tickleton's going to shut down Page. The rest of Sonics now turning their attention back into it, but hey, guess what? Now we're going to have gas cans taking shots in Sonics, kind of protecting them. Spam's going to exploit this, just run right into the middle of all of it. Luna's going to be taking shots at them now. New Circle's going to pop. It goes up to the northwest, entirely away from TSM. Mercy now having to make a move.
Oh boy, I thought for sure that SSG had Kickstart pinned down there, and he somehow manages to stay alive through it. And now Legacy is out once again. Another game with them going out early with 1 point only. This is bad news bears for them. They've only got 2 games left to try to make their run. Meanwhile, Bestia will try to hold off this push from EM3.
EM3, man, they're starting to come alive, but it is so late for them. Right now, they're just playing for potential PGC points, but they hold that angle as well as they can. DraftKings is just going to walk over and absolutely destroy that, but he's going to get spotted out. It's going to be Glock that takes him down. So now we're in a very weird standoff with Glock in the high ground. Capitan trying to decide what he's going to be doing on this one. Meanwhile, remember Spam made that rotation a second ago right on top of Falcons, so that's a new firefight while Luna's going to be supervising inside of it. Gabriel just has nowhere to go, so he's just going to run right into the Falcons. Roth's going to spin back over, take him down, while Mercy is now moving right next to Toyo just to the south of this. They're trying to take some shots in, maybe tossing a nade. This is just turning into a massive firefight.
Just laying down the smoke wall, trying to make sure that no third parties get involved, but the utility is coming fast and furious. Andrew will try to keep the push going while the res comes through. Falcons doing the same. They're going to try to see if they can maybe get Flood back on his feet before the next wave of grenades makes its way in.
Oro, emergency pickup coming out from TSM. Party Cardi is in the air. They're trying to go for it. Where are they going to land? Spam's trying to run in. They do spot out Snakers. He's going to go down. The rest of the Falcons just dancing through the smokes. Mercy's going to be coming up right back behind this now. They're going to use the opportunity to sneak past Falcons, it looks like, see if maybe they can try to gatekeep in. Rello's going to spot this out. Falcons just getting absolutely clustered. Finally do take out Spam, but now they have to deal with Mercy right on top of him as Toyo's coming in back behind Mercy.
And gas cans just waiting on the outside of all of this. They see all those smokes going off. They see all those cars driving through. And they are just waiting, biding their time. Unfortunately for them, Sonics have spouted them out. Falcons now turn their attention over towards Mercy. Seifu has gone down. He was the first one there. And look at the mortar falls right in his pocket. Toyo stealing one away. I don't know when Toyo decided to get involved here, but they came at the exact perfect time. Lucid, the only one left alive. He's hiding in the smoke. Rello should be resible here by Roth.
Here comes Gas Cans. Gas Cans wants to try to approach on this one. EM3 is coming up back behind Gas Cans, so Gas Cans could be forced into this fight. It's sparking TSM. He's still sneaking in back behind Toyo. It is just a backstab into a backstab into a backstab while Toyo's still just trying to creep forward and can't spot anybody through all of the smoke.
And meanwhile, the three teams really that are benefiting the most off of all this madness, Pachao, Sonics, Luna, they don't have to be involved in any of this. They're off to the north and to the west. They're just looking over in this direction and wondering where all these kills are going. Hopefully they can get some points off of this to set themselves up for the late game. Gas Cans, they have a long road ahead of them. They've got a lot of solos. They've got a lot of people in front of them. Toyo, Danny's gonna have to come out right as Glock's pulling up.
This is just an absolute mess. Toyo has no idea where to go, but Chao's now moving into a gatekeeping position. Sonics are finally approaching into the circle. Luna's going to be taking some shots at them. Be a slight distraction. You can see EM3 managed to spot out a bit of what's going on. Sparking finally gets a knock on the Pippa, but he's going to go down to Hikerman. It is just firefight into firefight over here.
Oh, and Pachao starting to creep over here to see if they can find a position to maybe steal some kills away, but they're going to run right into Toyo. The last two remaining players up, Emmy and Benya. And then Pachao doesn't look like they want any part of that. Sonics, meanwhile, they're just vibing on the north side. They're just shooting at everybody. They can see all of this, and they are collecting ADR like it's Pokemons right now. Gas Cans, they've got a little bit of a ridge line that they can work with here. Remember, they're still 4 strong. They're in a bad spot, though.
But here's the problem. Falcons have been fighting for so long, they have no utility left. You can see damaged armor was going to be on Rello. So now they're creeping forward. They know that they're going to have to hold this one. They're seeing maybe they can go for a peek. Rello, Roth has got a beautiful line onto that one. Does go for the spray. Also spots out another one, but he has to be careful. Every single one of his peaks is getting punished from range from Toyo as well as Pachao. This is just an absolute problem. Now can they get anything out of it? Roth's going to go down. Rello's trying to play inside of some cover. Gas Cans are just taking casualty upon casualty cresting this hill.
Hikerman trying to go for the res while he can, and Rello going to use this as his opportunity to hop in the van and dip. And a little back on his feet. Hikerman back on his revive game here. That man is collecting so many medical points right now. Beamy slowly bleeding out as well as Luna trying to get involved here. They will find Rello, and now here comes the inevitable influx of grenades, but they're falling just short.
Luna's finally leaving their compound. They've got eyes on Sonics, realizing there's potential for some kills. Just below this is just shambles teams. I mean, we've got Lucid, the last one up for Mercy, Glock, the last one up for EM3, so they're not going to get involved unless they absolutely have to. The new circle's going to be popping in just a few seconds, so everything feels like it's finally going to slow down. 19 alive at phase number 5 as we get some reinforcements and some cover.
All the deployable cover you can manage right here is Gas Cans will set themselves up a little bit of a spot to work with here, at least be enough to put the push from Luna on pause. As Luna, again, they have to leave Posta behind. They have to leave somebody keeping eyes on Sonics and making sure that they don't get wrapped on. So Vinny and Haven, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and rejoin their teammate. Well, especially now the circle pops and they have the compound inside as well. Sonics can still stay there. Now, Pachao, where are they going to go? Because there is just not much left to play in here.
You got a crate for cover. That's about it. I'm going to be curious to see how they play this one. They might opt into going after Toyo, but I don't even know if Sonics are going to let them do this. Everybody is just kind of hunkered down, as you can kind of see the whole circle. This is Sonics taking shots across on the hillside. Actually, that's about twice the distance of the circle. Keep in mind that Sonics were looking at Pachao in that situation.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much damage Sonics are sitting on at this point. It might not be a lot of kills, but I know that they have been just shooting at every single thing happening off to their south, just the way these circles have played out. So Pachao has the smoke wall laid down. They're going to send it over towards Toyo. Emmy, do they spot him out? Emmy's just lying prone. He's going to find Santa right off the bat, and there you go, traded immediately. But they have to get onto this res quickly. Look at that dossier. That dossier is going to explode. They can't use that.
I mean, Biggie used this and he crept forward. He's inside the circle now. Kickstart's also going to start making a move down to the south. Looks like he's moving for the crate. That's going to give them a new sightline and piece of cover to play around. But Chow managed to pick up a kill off of this, but it feels like that might spell their doom. Glock, the rest of the solos look like they're trying to find something down here. Toyo is going to get eliminated. Biggie does get spotted out. Glock does spot out Hikerman. He's going to get a knock into it. Gas Can's trying to secure this one. And yes, EM3 finally going to get eliminated. Gas Cans, 7 kills that have managed to make it into the top 4.
Boy, what did we say? Gas Cans needed a big game here desperately. It's been 2 bad games in a row after a great start to the day, and right now they are in the top 4. They've got 4 alive, and they have a shot at getting the win here, but it's going to be a hard road here given Sonics and Luna's position. Now PHC or PCH is going to get cleaned up. They go out in 4th place, but now Sonics, Luna, Gas Cans, I don't know what Gas Cans can do. I don't know what the terrain really looking like,
dude. Did you see that? Like, they've got all of their nades, they've got smokes, they've got tools to work with. Gas Cans has nothing. They are limping into the circle. Luna did kind of stretch out a bit, so they might have burned some of their utility, but they've still got the compound to play. Sonic's just going to aggressively move in. They've got vehicles. They've got that recessed hillside that they can kind of move into, and you're right. Gas Cans is just kind of limping in. What can they manage to make happen at this stage?
Well, and then the other problem is that since Luna is in that house, they're in that hard cover, it only makes sense for Sonics to come over here and try to clean up Gas Cans before they turn their attention over towards Luna. So Gas Cans really needs this Sonics fight to go their way if they want to have a shot at winning this game.
I mean, I think that they've got a bit of a ridge with that road that they can try to navigate over into where Luna's at.
It's real small,
that doesn't feel
though,
good.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of see, based off Shrimzy's POV right there, what they have to work with. And it's something, but it's not great.
Oh, the circle pops down next to them though. They don't have to move anymore.
That is huge. And again, the Luna doesn't have to move either. So like, I mean, they should move. They should try to find some way out of this right now, because otherwise everybody's going to be, they're going to have 2 full teams of 4 staring them down the second the next circle pops. But H-Wing kind of still keeping eyes over there. Unfortunately for Luna, and they've got a little ridge line that they can play right across the street.
Yeah, this is, it feels like maybe the territory is equalizing a bit at this point. Luna probably has the least amount to play based off of Gas Can's positioning, just because the angles that Gas Cans can kind of play around from. Sonics also has some vision on what's going on with Luna, but it kind of feels like it's stabilized for Sonics and Gas Cans. Luna can still hide out, but that's about all they're going to be able to do inside that little bit of a compound that they've got left, right? Are they going to try to step out? I would be shocked if they did.
And the other thing is now that Sonics have that wide open field on the west, but there's just not a lot of hard cover over there. There's a few rocks that they can use, and it looks like that's what Kickstart's kind of hiding behind. But meanwhile, Luna, they're just not finding any angles onto any of this, onto any body really, just because of how the terrain's working out. So they can't even open a door for themselves to try to make their way out.
The only benefit is Gas Cans is kind of focused on controlling the center of the circle. It's just Penta as well as Hikerman that are looking at them. The bigger problem with them is really Sonics. They're playing just to their southwest, so they can't go for too many peaks that direction. They're starting to figure out where the vulnerabilities lie and where they can play. You can see how they're playing around the sight lines, deny out from Sonics, and starting to be a little bit more, I guess, brave stepping into Gas Can sight lines that just aren't as strong.
No, yeah, Gas is doing exactly what they should do, and yeah, they're going to swap Penta and Hikerman here. But other than that, you can see they are not moving. They are staying dead still. They've got cover. They've got they want people to peek into them where they're at. They don't want to move around as much. So unfortunately for them, Sonics don't really have to do anything. It looks like they're grouping up though, and kind of looking off to the south as Luna will continue to just hold on to their compound. This is just going to probably be a slow chess game here for the next couple of minutes, at least until we see this next zone pop.
Yeah, it's just Sonic's using their vehicles and creeping them forward, and it's just going to kind of center up inside of this, make, I guess, problems worse for Luna as they're going to lose their compound, and they're now going to have to walk out. And I guess Hikerman's starting to feed that information over. Gas cans do have to regroup, but it's not going to be very comfortable for them. Sonics do control most of this, and by control it, I just mean that they have sight lines into it. They don't really want to walk into it either, though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Tickleton's got his rock, and then they've still got a couple of vehicles that they can reposition if they want to have a little bit of hard cover on that. But the problem is everything else is downhill from them right now, so they just don't have the cleanest vision on everything. And gas cans, I mean, you can see the spot that Hikerman is playing. Vox, Pentalol, and Beamy also have great spots here. As Luna will use this opportunity to drop some deployable cover, and that might actually come up huge for them.
It'll give them something. They've got the hillside, but you can see this is the problem that they have to deal with Hikerman. Hikerman's just got near-on vision from everything. So if Luna's going to try to avoid Sonics, that's just going to reveal them to gas cans. Those triangles just not going to provide enough cover for them to navigate. So it's really going to be on firefighting their way into gas cans. And gas cans now 3-man lining up, defending it, realizing the vulnerabilities that could be coming. Smoke's now starting to come out from Luna. Moves are starting to have to be made, dude. You have to do something, and Luna's trying to find it.
Yeah, gas cans has a beautiful ridge to work with, and Sonics don't have an angle onto that either, so they can afford to just keep 3-man peeking that as soon as Vinny comes out. Shrimsy, they're going for a little bit of an adventure here, trying to come around and wrap on the south side. Beamy might have spotted them out. You can see Penta coming to make his way back here and provide some support. So good eyes on Beamy. We'll let them know that there might be a push coming.
Here comes the creep. Vinny wants to try to open this up close range with P90. Cannot find the angle just quite yet. Vox already reading this one in. He's got himself a nade prepped and ready to go. Frenzy, who's been massive this event, looking down, waiting to see if they can pounce on what's going to be going on with gas cans. You can see that Sonics really wants to be the third one to join this party, but gas cans not wanting to pull the trigger just quite yet. Luna is doing a good job on using cover. Nades are starting to come out. Focus from gas cans is starting to have to shift that way. Sonics not making the move yet. It's just retaliation. Nades, blue zone nades coming out. That's big. That's going to deny a lot of the cover, and that's going to force Luna and the rest of the crew to kind of retreat back. Where are you going to go? You got that rock. It's denying cover for now, but a bit of damage going to make it a bit more problematic second by second. Now, Sonic's starting to throw out the utility. Gas can's going to have to do a two-front war.
Oh, that's a big grenade from Tickleton. Will actually find Haven as gas cans just slowly there. The Sonics are positioning themselves to go and attack gas cans the second they turn their attention towards Luna. But Luna has been able to survive for so long here. Shrimsy now will try to find an angle. The smoke's going to be laid down. They're going to try to play around the edges of it. Beamy will go down to Sonics, and now Vinny going to try to get involved. He's going to go down to Vox. Vox will take down the entirety of Luna. Now it's just the Sonics 4v1 against Hikerman. Hikerman, the last one alive. Gonna look to see if he can maybe get one away from him, or does he just go down? Yes, he will. And Sonics will get yet another win and another 10 kills to boot.
Rich get richer, but gas cans get a lot, and that could be big for them. Oh my God, this leaderboard, dude, it just keeps changing up so much. Gas cans, how much is that going to buy them? Looking out, they were in 4th place. So they might be able to get more of a shift back into TSM's direction, because remember TSM, they survived for a while, but that was a messy fight that they had for a long time down in South.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great. Gas cans did the last thing that anybody in this lobby needed right there was for gas cans to have a great game, and they pulled it off. They did a fantastic job there at the end. It was always going to be rough to try to get the win overall in that game, but 16 points is absolutely huge. But Luna Galaxy, they're right behind them. They've got 10, so they're making a run as well.
But Chow walks away with 8. EM3 again finding some big points inside this one, bit too late, but still continuing their climb up. Falcons with 6, going to continue to try to death grip off of a bad game. I want to know, you were talking about you want damage numbers from Sonics. I want damage received from Falcons, because they were getting shot for so long, man.
I can't believe they stayed alive for as long as they did, man. That position, especially considering the fact that it was like 6 teams involved at once. I mean, I think there might have been 8 teams. Half the lobby was involved in the fight over there at one point or another, but somehow, some way, Falcons managed to keep at least 2 alive through most of that. So they end up with 5 kills and a placement point to go along with it.
Legacy with 1, TSM with 2. Let's take a look at our overall and see how much more crazy that this is going to get. Poor Osonics, 194, big lead on Falcons now. It's just going to be about 10 points down to TSM, then about another 11 down to Gas Cans, but only 8 as Luna is just nipping on the heels of Gas Can.
Jeez, man. Okay, so we've got 2 games left to play. You got 3 teams with 90 plus points. You've got TSM came into today feeling pretty safe, but a couple of bad games kind of putting them back within range here with 2 games left. Gas Cans absolutely needed that second place finish right there. That's going to give them a little bit of separation, but I don't think TSM, Gas Cans, I don't think either of them can feel comfortable with 2 games remaining.
I mean, all the way down to Space Station Gaming. Our drop off or qualification in the top 4, where I would say you would feel comfortable, is to 10. Then you get the big drop off, right? There's 17 points down over there. Space Station Gaming isn't out of this yet, but the next game has to be big. Every single squad that is competing for the top 4 spots cannot relent on this next game. An early out is just, it's terrible. You're going to be so afraid from every single point that everybody else is going to be picking up.
And we're taking it back to Erangel as well. So that's the map that everybody's comfortable with, everybody feels good about. But that being said, we've seen a military island finish and we've had a Yasnaya city finish as well. So Erangel has not been as forgiving as it usually is.
Well, Rondo was definitely not forgiving in the slightest, but a lot of teams found ways to capitalize on it. 2 games left. Who's going to EWC? It's still neck and neck the entirety of this leaderboard. We will be back in just a few minutes after a short break.
two, one, go.
Welcome to the ride as we are now making our way to Erangel and Poro. We were talking about this during the break, dude. This is the closest leaderboard I think that I have ever seen.
It feels
really
close.
We talk about like top 10 on a regular basis when there's like 8 spots remaining. There's only 4, and we're talking about top 10.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really close. I feel like we say that every event though. Every time we have a qualifier now though, it feels like there's so many more teams that are in the mix going into the final couple of games. It just goes to show the parity that we have in the Americas right now. Everybody's kind of, I mean, obviously with the exception of the Sonics, who have just kind of run a rough shot all over this whole lobby. Fortunately, we're not only concerned about first place this time. We've got the other 3 places to be worried about as well.
113 kills. I'm just gonna throw that out there that they would presently be in 4th place and qualified just off of their kills.
Pretty bonkers. Yeah.
Okay, well, do you want to be able to go wherever you want to go? Because this plain path should give it to you.
Yeah, we take those. And, fingers crossed, maybe we don't give the military circle either. Hopefully they get something that's a little bit slow in the early game. Something that everybody's comfy with, everybody feels good about. And right now, right off the bat, that plane path is going to make everybody feel pretty good because pretty much every looting spot, normal looting spot, I think anyway, is pretty reachable, easily reachable.
So how many traps and sneaky plays are we going to see at the start of this is my question. Because we've been seeing a couple of like light catches here or there where a couple of teams are kind of playing different areas to try to catch a team out. If you're going to do it, you know Erangel the best, and you know rotations on Erangel the best. So if you're going to make some type of backstab sneaky play in circle 1, 2, or 3, it's going to happen now.
Sorry, I'm watching Magno. I think Magno might be dead. Cowboy's chasing him down. I think he tried to drop to go for a vehicle, but he was not going to get it. And EM3 might be down 1 player here. So he gets to the compound, so that's good enough. That'll keep you alive right there.
By enough, and get you a red dot with no gun yet. That's the life I have whenever somebody's chasing me as well. Looks like Luna's going to go ahead and move into the school. They're giving pretty decent loot off of that. Elevate and Animaniacs pretty close to each other yet again, and we're back over here again, Poro.
All right, well, the other day we saw a circle finish kind of near Quarry, actually around that sniper tower off to the north of Quarry. So this is running it back once again here, but again, this is not a terrible circle, right? This is a circle that a lot of these guys are going to be familiar with. There's not anything like a military thing. There's not like a river cutting in between. But once again, we see Elevate and Animaniacs landing right on top of each other. Poonage, all he has is a pistol.
Well, now he has friends. That's what matters, is a couple of Uzis. This is going to be a low economy game fight. Going to get spotted out. Triska is going to spot out Poonage. Quick exchange between them. Now, how are you going to respond? Shinboy goes down as well. Animaniac's taking some control over this one. Vegas got to swing it back, but he's only got 22 bullets to do it with. Does manage to at least get the down and the flush, but he only got 15 bullets left. I don't know if I'd go for that flush.
Spoon's here. He's got the dinner plate with him, though. He's gonna try to get Shinboy back on his feet. Spray comes through as he's peeking the wall. Ooh, but like you said, just not any ammo left in the AUG here for Vegas. Well, 10 bullets at least, but the Spoon will get Shinboy back on his feet. Oh, look at T-Plents trying to come around. He's got the angle.
Oh, he gets spotted first, and he just runs into the smoke. The Spoon, though, he's got the DP. He's got 30 bullets with the DP, so he's trying to make it work. Can he spot him out? Yes, does get a follow-up knock. Animaniacs is going to go down in a very weird firefight.
That is Animaniacs going down. Elevate picking up 4 more points. They need a lot more than that to get back into this thing. They're currently sitting in 12th place with 67 points. But hey, man, you start off with 4, you turn that into 15 and a win, and all of a sudden you're right back in it.
And then you got to do it again, though.
And then you got to do it again.
Squad. That squad can do it. I mean, they did finish first in the stage before this one. They had a stellar performance. We know that the squad knows how to play well. It's just the mid game, dude. The mid game has been a problem for him, and looks like the early game is going to continue being a problem as Rillo has some goals that he's kind of looking at them and seeing maybe he can pick up something out of this. And is he going to see this rotate?
Oh yeah. Take the shot.
No shot.
Take the shot.
No shot.
No shot. Come on, Rillo. You guys are in second place. You're good. You're fine. Be comfy. Take the shots. Oh, Snakers.
Well, that might be why.
That might be a problem.
So, looks like Elevate's Despoon is going to come rolling right into prison. Snaker's got some unexpected friends, and the rest of the squad, Falcons, now has to figure out what they're going to do. It looks like they are going to rotate back behind this one. Yeah, I mean, they've got to, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, why not? I mean, that's this point. They don't care about late game. They don't care about points. Let's go try to get some kills here and see what we can find. And Elevate right now, at least Vegas has more than 30 rounds left, and Falcons can just go ahead and take spots on the high ground here and just shoot down in. And well, I'm not sure if Elevate heard those vehicles pulling up. We'll see. Poonage left.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that safety anchor at this point, right? He might have spotted out this rotate coming in, though. I don't know. They're not acting like it because they look like they're still in a looting phase, but they might just need loot that bad that they could know and have to loot anyway.
We'll see what happens as Snakers just holds down an angle. Got to figure either Vegas or Shinboy are going to be the ones that send it in. We'll see. Maybe Elevate gets in there. Maybe they get looted up and they feel comfortable with the amount of loot that they have and they don't need to go into Snaker's building. Who knows?
I don't know. After the start on that one, we could, because the timing on this does mean the fact that they're going to have to rotate pretty quickly. Falcons, with their perch up on top, they've got themselves Pride Rock. So I believe, who is that? Was that Flood that's at the top of it? And essentially Simbo looking down on everybody down below?
It sure is. Oh, I'm looking at Legacy rolling right into Bestia, and yeah, they're going to lose Gizera for it. Man, Legacy, it has just been an unfortunate day for them. They were primed in prime position, and they just could not find a way to make it work these last couple of games, and all of a sudden the rest of the lobbies kind of left them behind.
See, a couple of rotations are problematic for some teams. Spam was having to contend with Mercy, who's wrapping it next to them. Sonics are trying to push away Pachow. Everybody's going for a pretty centered up position just due to the fact that the circle can be hard to navigate, specifically to the north and to the east, water down to the south. So pretty much everybody is just crossing their fingers and praying this is going to kind of pop off. And what is popping off is now going to be back over at prison as Elevate having some trouble.
Yep, the Spoon going to be the first casualty of this battle as he does get spotted out. But now Toyo running right into SSG as they take some damage, but they keep their lives for the most part, it seems. Page running out here. He's going to take some shots at Pippa as he retreats. A few of those will going to land, but not going to be enough to get the knock, as Purdy actually going to spot Danny. And so that's going to be one down there for Toyo, and Elevate also losing Vegas in the process here. There's a number of fights going on in these final two games. Early game has just been brutal here.
Okay, well, Rello has now moved himself inside of prison. It looks like he's got some goals. Remember, Punage left. He's now come back. Toyo still having to deal with Sonics. There is no stopover position that they can find that's going to give them time to work around it. Kickstart's got the nade prepped. H1's going to go ahead and drop one. Good throw. Perfect. Right between the two buildings. Lands on top of Emmy.
Beautiful throw from Kickstart. And they'll go ahead and flush those out now. Sonics being on a run here and a little bit of a rampage is pretty good news, because that's more point sponging going on here as we see Falcons. Looks like they finished off Shimbo. I think Poonage the last one left alive, and yeah, he just escaped. So unfortunate there for Elevate after starting off so well and winning that 4v4. They go down to just one here as Mercy and Spam going to be spending it back and forth here. Seifu's down. Now it's just down to PWD and Lucid.
Oh yeah, one of our teams that was in the hunt for fourth now going to have to be in a little bit of trouble watching this leaderboard. Spam trying to continue to hold this high ground advantage. Don't forget, we got the Ross back behind it. Is going to spot out PWD, and that is going to be Mercy eliminated.
Okay. Yeah, let them know. Let them know.
Oh no, red free too.
Bizzler is going to get spotted, and RBN will be the one to pick that up. So that's good news for Legacy. They did lose Gizera in this rotation, but at least they managed to pick up a point there, so they can try to make a run here in these last couple of games. They're playing from the very far north part, so it's like Rent Free, and I think Gas Cans might be up there as well.
Oh, dude, this is gonna get crazy. A lot of these squads you can see kind of trying to navigate a very congested, centralized circle where almost all the teams have kind of locked in around that quarry hillside. And if you go near there, you're just going to have to deal with a massive firing line. Rent free, now having to deal with gas cans over here. Gats has some support over into the north. It's going to be Honey Badger, but it's going to be a ton of gas cans members just rolling into this one. Hikerman just trying to dodge out the bullets, and gas cans want to keep them alive so bad.
Man, I mean, they need to. They absolutely need to. They can't afford to go down this early or lose players this early, and it looks like Rent Free, they would like to take this fight to him. Looks like Hikerman should be able to get back on his feet here, as Legacy has since left, but already right off the rip, Circle 1 hasn't even closed yet on Erangel, and we're down to 44 players.
Bro, what is happening? We were talking about trying to go for some traps, trying to go for some points. These guys are taking it to the next level. This is the fastest kills I've seen in Erangel in forever.
It's absolutely wild stuff, but
dude,
we still got a number of our teams that are in the running. Most importantly, Gas Cans and TSM both still 4 strong, both up. TSM arguably in the better position here as they're dead center circling. Gas Cans still have to make that rotation down from the north.
Luna Galaxy still up. Got 4 into the north, but you can see everything's going quarry-sided right now. Pippa is at least going to find himself a position play over in the west. He's just going to be playing for safety at this point. Spam got control over the south, so they're going to be creeping in. EM3 running a 3-1 split, so I guess I believe that translates into, what is it, me and 3. So Sam Crow, I guess, is the me.
Yeah, that would be him. The rest of the boys look like, or at least Shap and Glock maybe going to go and join him in that 2-2 split. But Bestia and Spam getting a little bit close to each other on this low side here. Luna, where are you going, buddy? You don't need to be dying here. They're running it through the gauntlet right now, and they're taking shots, but not taking knocks.
They have navigated this cleanly as you can, but it is scary. They're going to be rolling right up over here next to Sam Crow. Sam Crow is just going to be waiting inside this valley. There's nowhere for them to stop, so it looks like they might opt into doing this, and EM3 could just absolutely pounce on them. They're not going to stop, though. They realize, okay, no, this could still be too risky. They're going to continue on their pathing, but Posa's taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Sam Crow does spot him. This is Luna in a lot of trouble.
Oh, Posa unfortunately sent the US sideways, and that was just gonna give him just enough time for Shap to take the shots into him. Luna does manage to get the rest of the boys inside the quarry, so there's still 3 up. That's still play withable.
Poro, look at what's going on to the north. Gas Cans are chasing down Rent Free while Legacy is going to be watching them. Falcons is having to deal with Punich, who's taking shots at him. He's hanging out, and Pachinki just trying to get some vengeance back. We aren't even inside the circle, and there's still small skirmishes. People are just hungry for points.
Oh no, absolutely. I think Gas Cans, I mean, they see what's going on the kill feed, right? They see 43 alive. They know that people are acting wild right now, and they know that they're still 4 strong, and they're coming in from the north. So they would have loved to have been able to get that last kill on to Honey Badger, secure themselves yet another point. But I'm not sure if they're 100% aware of Legacy or not, though. They were stopped on that side of Everest, not taking shots as Honey Badger continues to send it in. But that vehicle is flaming and it is dead.
Last tick of damage coming out, gonna explode him. So Rent Free now out, and looking at the leaderboard, trying to figure out where they were, is going to be, yep, in 9th place, early out for them. Problems.
Yeah, all the teams that are in the chase really are the ones that are trying to chase TSM and Gas Cans are in a little bit of a bad way. Luna Galaxy down to 3, Legacy down to 3, Pachao and Toyo both, I believe, down to just 1 and 2. So they're just trying to survive at this point. Meanwhile, Rent Free down, just completely gone. SSG, they still have a shot at this. 86 points. They need to have a win here, though. But they're 4 strong. They're playing from a good position. It's definitely something that's possible.
Yeah, depending on how these circles are going to pop. Pippa's still alive for Toyo right now. Luna trying to fend up against what's happening with Spam moving in. Good job from Haven to go ahead and take down 1, and actually going to continue to rein that one in. Is Spam going to retreat away from that? No real good options. EM3 still continuing to come alive today. Going to continue to force some stuff that's going on in Bestia. This just follows in right up on top of Quarry itself. So SSG still in a good position, but that weird firefight with Gas Cans has now brought in Falcons. Legacy just going to use that to run for the hills, man. They're done. They're like, nope, I don't want to have anything to do with this. I just want to find safety, dude. It's
No,
been so long.
I mean, that's absolutely what they need to do. They just need to focus on getting inside this circle, but unfortunately, they're going to run right into the Sonics firing line and then right into the SSG firing line. So Legacy, the team that's in the chase, in the hunt, they cannot get into the zone as Monster will be the one that takes out RBN. 2 still left alive for Legacy.
Oh, dude, where do they even go? They've got EM3 Sam Crow just looking back again. They see wrecked cars. That's got to be terrifying. Just 2 members up, and they know that there's a wrecked car already inside this dip. Are they going to stop here? Oh, dude, looks like they're going to... Actually, are they just trying to make a switch over? I guess they might have lost tires and seeing if maybe they got something on this one, or just... What are you checking out? That feels so risky, man.
I don't know. You see an abandoned vehicle there. Maybe they're just thinking, okay, let's push it in on foot, and maybe we can play a little bit more sneaky here. As Sam Crow going to spot out Purdy Curdy taking shots through the window. Meanwhile, Gascan still playing around on the north side. As Punage is just driving north. He's just driving north and from Gatka, somehow staying alive for Elevate here.
I mean, Sam Crow being beaten in on TSM pretty much kept Legacy alive there. He was still in a position where he might have spotted them out, but he was more focused in on trying to get that harassment, and Legacy has kind of snuck this one in. They've got a place to play from. It's pretty much center as well, so they could buy some placement points here.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to take a lot more than placement points to get Legacy to get caught up to gas cans or TSM at this point, you know. But when you're down to 2, what else can you do? You just hope to make it to late game and try to get some kills that way. We'll see what happens. Falcons, meanwhile, we're on that northern side. They're just making that long wrap around on the east. Gas cans still hunting for Punage. Gas cans are thirsty right now, man. They want every kill they could possibly get.
Oh, Punage, just don't go over that direction. Just wrap very far down to the south. I have to assume that his meds have to be starting to get bad, though. We are at phase number 3. You probably can't hang out here for too long. Gas cans have an easy entrance into this one for now, but if the circle continues to go next to Corey, they're going to walk into a shooting range.
Oh, Falcons
walking into a shooting range.
Yeah,
Falcons.
pulling a little bit close there to the Bestia compound, but nice little trade and damage there on DraftKings. DraftKings has to run back into the compound to heal up, but it looks like Falcons wants all of this. Capitan sees them pull up. He looks out the window, doesn't have an angle onto it. The grenade will come through. Roth will send it back with a flashbang, but Capitan going to be the one that does the most damage here. Silson with the bullet hose will send some fire down range towards Rello.
Not a lot really coming out for it just yet. Bestia still having to dance around this one. EM3 hears this, and they're moving aggressively from their compound. They want to get involved. Snicker spins back around on Capitan, shuts that one down. Also shuts down DraftKings. Falcons getting control of this one, and Bestia might want to not come down here anymore.
Oh, P90 in the chat, boys. Let's see. Silson just going to hide inside of his building, wait for somebody to peek. They know exactly where he is, but he's also sitting with that M249. And now EM3, as you said, getting a little bit more interested. Flood has spotted them out, but I don't know if Silson knows that they're there.
Okay, so let's watch. Over into the west, we've got Luna now kind of gatekeeping in position. Toyo's Pippa's going to be coming in over there as well. Spam's going to be coming in the south. TSM's going to try to gatekeep out gas cans as well as probably Punage still alive. Sonics are not inside the circle, but they have kind of a path that they can take next to SSG. So a lot to be had here. I mean, this guy has just been going for so long. I don't even know what his distance traveled is anymore.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. But right now, gas cans still 4 up. This is going to be a big rotation for them. Can they stay alive? Can they keep everybody up as they make their way through TSM, through Sonics, into SSG? Trying to find a spot to play here. And so far, so good.
Kind of tells you the nature of the circle, though. Sonics are already leaning into vehicle cover right on the edge of the zone because they're afraid to go in. 36 alive. Gas cans do find the trench that everybody has been using. Sam Crow this time going to get a bit more involved in the rotation. Nade's going to go out, but I think that could be a bit short off of what's going to be going on. Gas can's going to stop over. Remember, we still have Legacy pretty close to this position. Gas cans might opt into going right into their sideline.
Oh, this is bad for gas cans. This is them in a little bit of trouble. It looks like EM3 not going to be completely focused on them, but Haven is going to find Vox.
Ooh.
And that is a big kill for them as Luna is directly chasing gas cans, but they have to worry about what's coming from their west as well, as a number of teams are making their way through that quarry to try to make their way in.
Dude, gas cans, they've bought some space for now. Luna right next to them. That is massive. That could decide so much of this qualification. Sonic's just going to crest the hillside. Pixel's going to step away from it, seeing if maybe somebody crests, walks into his vision. But he's just going to kind of let that one pass. Sonic's now moving much more centered, and that could be a problem. They're going to get high ground, they're going to get vision, and they're going to be able to start raining bullets on so many players.
Yeah, that's very bad news for gas cans right now, as Sonics, they just have a lot of room to run around here, and as you said, only 34 left in the lobby, so there's a lot of space really for these guys to move and try to get angles. And especially when you can see there's a number of teams that are just trying to play as quiet as possible. You talk about Luna, Pachao, Legacy, all of them just lying on their bellies right now, hoping they're not to get seen.
For EM3, boy, EM3 is loud and proud right now. They want to get as many kills as they can, because PGC points are still on the board. Remember, it is Sonics and the top 3 that qualify, and then PGC points. So even if you don't manage to make it into the top 4, you still want as many PGC points as you can possibly get. So these teams that are towards the bottom, scrapping for whatever they can get, that is still very, very important.
Oh, well, this is bad for SSG. Pixel got spotted out, knocked down, and now all of Sonics are just sending it over here. And they're going to spot out the rest of SSG as they're starting to leave their compound on that northern side. Haven't gotten the flush onto Pixel just yet. And it looks like they're actually going to pull away. So maybe SSG might be able to get this res, get back up to full strength.
Sonic's starting to be a bit afraid of all of the condense that's happening, specifically to the south. Gas cans are going to be something to have to navigate. TSM are kind of creeping in on this one. But yep, they're going to spot out gas cans. Beanie's going to take a couple bullets to the back, going to retreat into the rock, but they're kind of the defending wall. It's going to be gas cans and Luna while everybody else is cresting in. Luna's going to spot out Andrew from Spam. That's going to be moving forward. Spam's going to be moving right next to Legacy and the remnants of that. TSM do manage to get up on top of Corey, but you can see Legacy just trying to peek up, see if they can scare anybody away from this position. Yeah, you just go over there. Downside is you're seeing them right into gas cans, but hey, LFD is like, wait, there's people I can shoot here.
That was absolutely huge for Legacy right here. They steal away a kill from Luna, and then they steal one off of gas cans as well. Still down to just 2 players, but they're making those 2 players work as Spam does get eliminated by Sonics. SSG also now just down to 2 as they got picked out by TSM. TSM still 4 strong, still playing along that ridge line, and Luna has not left their compound either. Unfortunately, our hero will go down as Elevate's Poonage gets spotted out by VHC.
Well, we've got another hero to keep an eye on. Just to the south of Luna is going to be Toyo's Pippa, still alive, trying to buy some points where he can. Falcons, though, in a crunch position. Pachao to the north, EM3 to the south, and EM3 wants to fight, man. They've been fighting for so long. Falcons sitting at 6 kills right now, wants to make it some more. Flood's going to step up to the north, try to hold back Pachao. Blue Zone Nade's going to come out as well, try to slow down EM3, but EM3 Glock already has a foothold inside the circle. The rest of the group can just kind of regroup up onto him. It's Falcons that have to fight their way in.
Yeah, keeping that smoke wall alive. I think Flood was looking to see if Pachao was going to come down onto them from the north side, but now he's taking shots from Magno, who's going to eat a little bit of blue zone. He's going to eat a whole bunch of bullets from Rello, as now Rello, I think, maybe got a little bit of a glimpse of Sam Crow there. Flood's going to go down. Snickers will take Sam Crow. Rello will find Shap, and now it's just down to Glock, and just like that, 10 kills for the Falcons.
Came at a cost of losing Flood. Flood had to move forward to distract the line, but it buys space for the other members to move forward. Pachao now kind of getting control over the east, but Sonics starting to roam back up into the north. Remember, they know SSG is here. They got into an exchange of bullets a moment ago. Hwin leading the way. They don't spot out. He's going to go down. Monster's going to pick him up. Sonics getting caught up at the top of this hillside. Going to have to be a bit more careful, but you can see the rest of SSG was not prepared. Cowboy down the hillside. Nothing he can do.
Oh, and while this is going on, you got Legacy and Falcons on the south side. Legacy got an initial knock on the Falcons. Cowboy is going to get spotted out. That's going to be it for SSG. Shrimsy will get the 9th kill now for Sonics. TSM still 4 alive. They've gotten a knock on the Hikerman, so gas cans down to just Pentalol as Legacy is collapsing onto Falcons right now, trying to collect some more kills for themselves.
TSM in control of the entirety of the circle right now, except for where Sonic's at. Falcons are going to go down, and it's going to be Pachao looking again, following up, picking up some more kills. They're going to spot out Legacy, get them as well. TSM, while they've got the dip for now, they need to retreat before Sonics makes any move. Keep in mind, Luna still alive, 3 members to the south. Pippa still alive, right back behind them, letting them kind of defend him.
This could be huge for Luna. I know Legacy managed to collect a handful of kills there. Gas Cans managed to survive into placement points. I'm not sure how many kills they got before they got there, but they were lying prone, just trying to survive for the longest time. And now this could be an opportunity for Luna to try to catch up here to Gas Cans, or at least get themselves within a little bit closer distance.
What? Trying to play sneaky. Just keep letting Luna do the work for you. Try to stay alive. They have no idea. Vinny's just going to continue forward. Pippa, that blue zone's starting to hurt, though. Creep forward. He's banishing to do it.
Oh man.
This is so crazy.
Oh, not Pippa. Oh, he's got
He's got the
Panzerfaust too.
Oh my god, if they group up, this is going to be terrible. Pippa, are you really going to do Luna like this? Are you really going to do him like this? He hears the footsteps. If they peek side by side to try to go for the follow-up, they are in so much trouble. Oh, he's going loud. They can hear his footsteps. They're waiting. They're high ground. Oh, that's going to be problematic for the Panzerfaust.
Oh, good ears on Haven. Make sure you keep your volume up to 100, because you never know when there's a snake with a Panzerfaust creeping up on your back. As Haven will do a little bit of looting. There's a Kraken just going to try to survive and stay away from TSM. TSM getting shot in the back by Tiggleton, so that will put that push on hold temporarily. I'm not sure what Pachao is sitting on in terms of kills either, but they definitely needed a good game here as well. So if Luna or Pachao can eke out a win here, Gas Cans will have some company for that 4th place spot.
Chao's just laying down while Sonics are pushing onto him. That's going to be hard to win from that position. Luna's back against the wall. TSM looking at them. They could do it, though. I mean, Sonics isn't wanting to overextend. A knock here or there onto H-Win and the follow-up. Sonics have been pretty active going after SSG, so it's actually going to be Luna that hits the shots onto Sonics and forces them away.
Oh, look at TSM. They get it blessed by a little circle here towards the end. So that, TSM was feeling not very nervous, but they needed to have a good game here just to make sure that they secured their top 3 spot. And it looks like they should be set up enough to do that here. All 4 still alive. Oh, it was a Kraken though. That Panzerfaust, he's just waiting. He's wishing somebody would come and peek them. As Pachao gonna spot out Vinny.
Man, all 3 members of TSM just hunkered on the opposing side, waiting for Luna to make a move. Instead, now Kraken's going to have to move back over here, see if maybe he can get a res back onto Vinny. Sonics are moving more aggressively into Luke's positioning. He's kind of sneaky for right now, but those cars, they're going to give him cover, but they're also going to give him away.
This is exactly what you want if you're Luna and Pachao. Let TSM and Sonics fight each other. Let them take out a few of each other and hopefully make your job a little bit easier towards the end of the game. And Sonic's already sitting on 9 kills. Luke has that foreground position.
While this is happening, BL is moving forward into the dip. Luna has spotted it. They might be able to get a couple of pickups off this, but they don't want to make a move just quite yet. Trimsy running into the smoke. You can see taking a ton of damage off of it. TSM Sonics starting to do the work back onto each other. Luke is going to go down, but the rest of TSM fully entrenched. They're the ones taking shots into H1 and really slowing down Sonics and their positioning, but now it's been a complete flip-flop. Sonics got control over the entirety of the circle. Luna's going for a play. Haven walks away with 1 HP, but you can see Pachao now getting a ton of trouble. Down in the bottom part of this dip, they're going to go down, and it's going to be points going over to Luna, but wow, Sonics and TSM both spin back looking for him.
That's 3 kills now for Luna, and they managed to at least eke out 3rd place, but Kickstart has them pinned down, and as you said, TSM Purdy Curdy just completely wrapping around. He wants to get rid of this team. He does not want to have to worry about Luna in the last game. He's going to find the first knock on a Vinny.
Oh, this is getting really hard. Luna's get back against the wall. Sonic's up on top of it, taking control over everything. Sonic sitting at 11 kills. They are feeling like they could death grip it, and they've got control over near on everything. Luna steps out. The Kraken manages to get a big knock whenever it is needed. Can he get any flushes? Yes, he does take down Tig. H-Wood going for the spray in, but the Kraken still hold it together, trying to buy any point that he can.
Just staying in that smoke wall, seeing if he can survive long enough, but Sparking now the last player up for TSM. It's just 2. It's H-Win and Kickstart for Sonics. The Kraken will get spotted by H-Win though, but that's a big game for Luna Galaxy. That should put them right in the mix here with Gas Cans.
Oh, this is just so neck and neck. Meanwhile, we're back to our teams vying. We got Sonics up at the top of it. TSM wanting to try to resecure their second place position. We'll have to see how big this is going to go. Pretty Curdy down, but Sparking looking across. It's a Kickstart and H-Win versus Sparking, who's been absolutely a menace to everybody this whole event. Sparking, can you get the 2v1? Peek on one side of the tree while it's going to be a push up to the top, and now that's going to reveal position. Sparking's going to have an idea on where it's coming.
You get to pull off the 2v1 versus a P90 and a FAMAS when you're holding an AUG. That's pretty impressive. Let's see if we get some, we can catch them actually peeking at the same time. Sparking might just go down to blue here. Yeah, no, the P90 will do it, and Sonics gets yet another win. Even firmer. If they could get even more secure in first place, they did it here. 16 kills going to be the one to do it.
26 points. I remember how we were talking about point sponges and how it makes it more complicated for everybody else. This is why, because, you know, it's been neck and neck this whole time. This leaderboard was still very, very kind of like I just compacted all around that position. I think that we're finally going to get some breathing space though, Poro. I don't know for certain.
Man. That was game 5, man. We haven't even gotten to game 6. It was action from the jump. I mean, you had Elevate and EM3 are already fighting once again, or Elevate and Animaniacs rather. 26 points for Sonics, 12 for TSM. That feels pretty good. Falcons also doing pretty good. 10 kills for Team Falcons. Gonna definitely cement their spot in the top 3. But here's where it starts getting interesting. Luna Galaxy, Pachow, Legacy, all chasing gas cans, all got way more points than gas cans this time. But gas cans had what was it, about a 3-point lead, I think, or maybe a 9-point lead going into this game. Let's see what it is. Like 8-point game. So let's see how close, if any of them passed them here.
Oh, it is so close. 3 points. Luna Galaxy managing to survive in that one for so long is big. But Chow's going to be 10 points back. Well, okay, 9 points back behind them. And then it's going to be a 4-point drop off for Legacy. Gas Cans, they've got to make something happen next game. They have to keep distance away from Luna Galaxy. But Luna Galaxy's playing their hearts out.
But look, I like the way that Gas Cans played that last game. They were hyper aggressive. They were hunting people down. They were trying to find points everywhere they could. It's not like they were just resting on their laurels and hoping to survive playing like that. Like, they were being proactive and trying to play the game that they're used to playing. And as a result, they managed to get themselves some points, and they kept themselves above Luna Galaxy for the time being.
Okay, so we're looking at this one. It's pretty much a fight for that 4th place position. TSM got the distance away from Gas Cans. And this is just going to be a nail biter all the way through. I mean, we've talked about it a lot. You know, whenever you're wanting to try to hold on to the position, you can't play too passive. Gas Cans, Luna Galaxy, what are you going to do? You've got the opportunity. You can take it. You can claim it. You can make your way over to the Esports World Cup, over into Riyadh. But you're going to have to wait for a break, and you're going to have to tackle it in this last game on Erangel. We will see you in just a few moments. at the cusp, the very last round to figure out who's going to be going on to the Esports World Cup over in Riyadh. Top 3 points, probably kind of settled. The 4th place one, neck and neck. So, Poro, there's a lot to talk about. So, I've just got one question for you. Sonics, are they going to use Bisons?
I mean, it's possible. Look, that's 220 points that they've managed to collect for themselves. I mean, the kills enough to qualify them just off of kills for 4th place in this thing. It's absolutely insane what Sonics has been able to do so far in this tournament. I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring in Esports World Cup, but we gotta talk about the cut line, guys. Like, I know the Sonics fans out there are wanting us to talk more about, but look, man, you guys are already going. You're secure. Falcons, you're secure. TSM, you're secure. Congratulations, guys. I feel good for you. I'm glad that you guys getting to go. But this 4th place spot, Gas Cans, can they pull off the miracle?
Can they hold it together? Because, I mean, Luna Galaxy's playing very, very well right now. Pachao has been doing pretty well. They're still having, like, they're avoiding that early game. They're still playing for the late game. Legacy has been trying to make something happen, and they just can't find it, dude. Legacy could have a big pop-off game. This is a squad that can just go up massive.
No, absolutely. It feels like the problem for Legacy today specifically has been that they have been having trouble avoiding the early game fights. Remember, we've talked about it all weekend. They're a team that likes to, for the first like 2 or 3 circles, just play the edge, be slow, don't get involved in anything crazy, and then save yourself 4 players up for the late game. They haven't been able to do that today. They've been running into all types of obstacles in the early game, and they've been losing guys early on. So, we'll see if they can do something here with this last game. That is a very, very southern playing path, Matt. So you already know what I'm thinking.
Dude, this is just right next to the I guess, the straight in between what's going on with the island. That is just absolutely scary. This is your chance. Everybody that's watching right now, call your shot. Who do you think is going to make it? You can go back and chat. Show everybody that you called it early, but now, God,
get your clout.
I'm nervous. Yeah, get your clout.
Oh man, I can't, like, I would love seeing Luna Galaxy. I'd love seeing Vinny's, Kraken Haven, and Posa make it to Esports World Cup. I would love to see Gas Cans make it to Esports World Cup, man. Vox, Beamy, seeing Beamy go to an international LAN as an America's player, that just feels good. That just feels good. I want to see that. And okay, we don't get the Millie circle, but we get the hard Falcons circle this time.
This is going to be nuts. Okay, so we have the capabilities for a melted power finish, which is always top tier. I love that. We have also Prison. We still have Yasnaya. We have Mansion. We have Heaven in play. Okay, let's go. Even Shelter. I'm about it.
I know. I just, given how everything's been playing out so far this tournament, I feel like it's going to be something weird. Who knows? Elevate. They avoid Animaniacs and try to go for North George. Unfortunately for them, North George is occupied by Gas Cans, and they're also getting shot at by TSM here. So this is going to be interesting. Gas Cans, I know they don't want any part of this. They have to see those parachutes falling into North George, and it looks like they will just go ahead and send it off to Severny.
So reminder to everybody, I know you know at this point, but I keep seeing people mention it here or there. It is the top 3 teams and Sonics that are going to be the ones that advance.
Yes.
Every other position after that still matters big for PGC points. Sonics already qualified, but they're playing in this because they want to secure PGC points. So that is still extremely vital for everybody that does not manage to make it outside of Sonics in the top 3.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Sonics have, in fact, secured those 200 PGC points for finishing in first place. I don't think anybody's going to be catching up to them anytime soon. So mission definitely accomplished for Sonics this time around.
200 plus for 200 points. Makes sense.
Yeah, take those. Take those all day long. We'll see what they pull out here in the final game of the day. Falcons, meanwhile, looks like they are leaving their Milta Power Drop, and they're getting right into Rent Freeze space here. So that might be an early fight.
They're right on top of each other. This is just an early fight between them. Gascan's just going to go ahead and leave North George. They're making a run over to Severny. Firefight now starting to break out a bit more between the Falcons. Animaniacs might be moving into this one as well. They might be at least able to third party
everything
that's going to be going on.
I think this might have been SSG planning to come up here and try to camp Gas Cans and see if they could take them out early. Rello will spot out Holeless. Fortunately, the butterfly wings flapping for SSG. Not going to go in their favor, but Flood will take down one. Holeless the rest of the Falcons boys have arrived. They're not going to let Rello go down without a fight.
I mean, he's in a pretty defendable position right now. That's going to be hard to flush unless you just walk straight into the firing line that the Falcons want. It's just almost like he's bait. He's just that one point of bait that you know that Rent-Free wants, so you're just dangling it in front of them right now. Yes, Animaniacs did hear this. They are stopping, and they're like, hey, we want to be a part of what's going on. But guess what? There's an emergency pickup with Pachow going to be directly over this as well.
Oh, my God. Of course, Pachow's falling on top of this, and they're going to see all of this happening as well. Flood will finish off Oldest with that grenade. Honey Badger has taken a little bit of an angle, but now he's finding Trisk taking shots in his back, and Rello will get flushed out, though. And now Flood going to go down to Gats. So early game fighting, the name of the day here in game number 6.
I mean, get your points as you can. The problem is the cost. Rent-Free in some trouble. Honey Badger Gats, the last 2 up, but it is a 2v2 for the time being with one of the members for the Falcons now presently down in Flood. The Animaniacs are kind of stopping any form of action happening on this, though, because nobody can make any moves. If you step out and you try to go after any of these flushes from the buildings, you're just going to instantly get picked off by the Animaniacs.
Oh my God, I'm watching the map stream right now, and this is actually hilarious. SSG has set up a wide camp to take care of anybody who comes out of North George, assuming it was going to be gas cans. Unfortunately for Elevate, it's Elevate. Gas cans is off in Severny and they're safe. And now TSM is wrapping around behind SSG. They're going north as well to do a little gatekeeping of their own.
This is just, we're game 6 scrims right now, but PGC points and qualification on the line. This is absolutely so crazy.
Legacy. Legacy was on the top of logging camp, and they've managed to come up behind Animaniacs, who were trying to third party this fight. So Legacy gets the first knock. They didn't manage to flush it just yet, but Legacy being proactive early game here, trying to get points while there's points to get.
Okay, so it's just a tidal wave of players all collapsing into 2 different teams, just going for the same compound at the same time. Falcons have managed to right the ship a bit, got their member back up, and meds are starting to work pretty well. The problem with it is the attrition war that's going on over here, because this is the firefight you can see off in the distance. That's the compound that both these squads have been shooting at. But now Legacy and Animaniacs involved in this firefight. Guess what? Mercy is cresting up back behind this one, but they're going to be too far away to hear the firefight. If they do continue to drive it, we might have a 3-way fight across this hillside.
It was absolutely bananas. Pachow did take the emergency pickup as well, and they've landed just off to the north, so they should be able to get angles onto some of this. LFP will get a knock onto one of the Animaniacs players. The smokes will come back down, so that's Trisk that's gone down. But I do love this from Legacy. As you mentioned, Mercy was making their way, so now Mercy is sandwiching in the backside of Legacy.
They are coming after this. They hear the firefight. They're still in vehicles. They're going to be coming up back behind Legacy. So what is Legacy going to do? They're going to find themselves pinched. Meanwhile, Pachow tried to move out of Lippo to the north. That's going to be Luna and Sonics that are taking some shots at them. We're at 59 people alive, and we still have phase 1 closing, and there's going to be way more deaths before we even get to this. This is brutal.
And while all this is going on, you got Spam, EM3, and Bestia all fighting around south of Pachinki. So just everybody scrapping here. Legacy knows that they need to have a big game if they're going to have any shot in hell to make this. And unfortunately for them, Mercy coming up at the worst time. They're going to get the knock, and I believe the flush on the VHZ.
Radio tower update for you guys. Elevate did manage to leave North George, dodged SSG and the gate kept that they're going to be doing. Different teams rotated differently, so that's going to make this a bit more precarious for them. SSG going to be one of the last teams to rotate. EM3, Bestia, and Spam in their firefight. That's going a bit awkward for them. As you can see now, Falcons just trying to figure out, we can't even leave. They can't go anywhere. Every team is all just pretty much in this 1 kilometer square right on top of this.
Oh, boy. The Falcons and Gats still trying to square off with each other. I'm trying to see if there's anything else crazy going on. So this Mercy and Legacy fight might be the most impactful one. Is Pachow is basically, they've got 4 alive. They're just gonna turtle up in a compound. But yeah, you can see that's the fight that was going on down there by the south of Pachinki, and it looks like EM3 is going to go ahead and escape. Yeah, Fairy Pier. That's where we're scrapping.
Okay, so Falcons did get the knock on Honey Badger. He's just going to slowly bleed out. Gats can't make a cross, so that's kind of the downside to each one of them having a different compound with the way that this is all held back. While this is going on, keep in mind Mercy is still collapsing in. We did have Legacy that shifted over into the east, and now, yep, okay, Falcons are going to finally finish out what started this whole mess. Keep in mind, Luna is going to be north of Lippo. They're going to spell Toyo that's going to be back behind them. So Luna picking up points is big.
Absolutely huge. Luna, they're a little bit split, though. That's the only problem. But fortunately for them, Toyo doesn't seem to be wanting to get everybody together and take this fight. They might try to go for the res. Haven will get another one with the grenade, but he's just going to use this as an opportunity to escape. No, he's going to not. He's going to turn back around. They got to get these points. You have to secure these points if you're Luna Galaxy.
You have an opportunity here, and they're not going to take it. They're a bit too nervous, and this could be that gun-shy moment that could come back and cost them. We've seen so many people denying points to blue that could cost squads to something. They want to regroup. They want to play for safety. And with as much firefighting that's going on, I could see something going on with that. But they've got to catch gas cans, and gas cans hasn't gone down yet.
I mean, they're 3 points. They started this game 3 points behind gas cans. And they are just opting to go ahead back to the 2-2. It looks like Toyo is going to be able to go back and res Danny as well. So they won't even get the credit for that point as we get the hard southern shift. Nothing off to the south. Gas cans finally making their way into the zone just to the east of Yasnaya. But unfortunately for them, with that hard south shift, that means that they're going to run into all of these teams that are still hanging out on the north side of the new zone.
Yeah, they're going to run right next to Legacy because I guess maybe they could stop over in Lippo, but that's going to be where Legacy is. Legacy is essentially one of the most southern teams on this path, and they can make a mad dash directly into Milton Power. They've got the opportunity. Mercy and Spam are going to be fighting up on, I believe that's going to be Lumberyard here in just 1 minute, because remember, we've been seeing Mercy that was trying to get shots into what was going on just a moment ago, and we're just going to have a lot of teams taking shots at each other. Chow's going to be chasing Legacy. We're just going to have the kill feed light up yet again.
Yeah, Chow right behind Legacy, and I'm not sure how many players are even still left alive for Legacy here. I think it might be only 2, but Mercy down 2 here. Spam not going down without a fight. He spotted out Andrew on that jump peak. Sneak attack not going to land the shots. Will throw down the smokes to try to maintain, keep his player alive. Toyo, meanwhile, has run into Elevate on that northern side. Gas Cans hears that fight happening, and they're starting to look over in that direction. So we'll see if Gas Cans tries to go in there and third party that. Because they have been seeing Luna Galaxy's name pop up in that kill feed.
Toyo going to get a kill back on Elevate, rotating right next to him. Remember, Toyo got slowed down because of what was going on there. SSG and Gas Cans also going to be rotating probably in front of this Toyo Elevate situation that's going to be going on in just 1 minute. Sonics are playing the most northern part of the circle, but they're going to be playing just south of Mansion, so they're not going to spot too much. Really, my eyes just keep getting drawn back to Luna and Gas Cans and how they're going to be navigating this because they're right next to each other. They could be pathing the exact same way, but Gas Cans wants what Luna did not, and they're turning back into the Elevate Toyo fight.
That's exactly what they should be doing too. You see Pachow is playing it super safe. They've got great position in this new zone. In 2-2 split, they managed to avoid Legacy, who's got 2 alive still. Luna just going to play the coastline here as Elevate will finish off Toyo, but now Gas Can's in a perfect position to maybe take advantage of the Elevate when they're in the right off the back of a fight. Few shots sent into Vegas. Won't find the money just yet as Beamy will spot them out as well. And now I think they just realize, yeah, this is too much of a pain. They've managed to get the hard cover. Let's just go ahead and try to make our way into zone.
Bro, are we even going to have TSM get involved in an early game fight? Looks like they were pushing up the hillside, maybe looking at going after Mercy and what was going on at Lumberyard. We had a bridge camp we didn't even get a chance to talk about. What's going on with Bestia and EM3? What is this game?
EM3 has just not been able to avoid a fight. Like everywhere they go, there's a team waiting for them. And now it's down to Sharpshot, or just down to Shap rather. And there you go. DraftKings will be the one that takes them home. 4 kills now for Bestia as they come in from the south side.
Okay, so Gas Cans, you're north of Luna. Luna is inside of Lippo right now. Gas Cans are going to have to be roaming down through this. If they opt into wrapping around Lippo and using that road, playing right along the coast, they're going to bump into Luna. If they drive directly straight down, they're going to bump into Luna.
I feel like they're not thinking anybody would be inside Lippo right now. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to head right into Lippo, and Luna already in vehicles. And I think, fortunately for Gas Cans, I think Luna might hear that. Oh, they're in an E-pickup. Luna is going to E-pickup out of this. Is Gas Cans going to get vision on that before they're able to take off?
Oh, Hikerman's so close. The hillside might block it. Are they stepping away from it? They keep moving back and forth around what's going to be going on here. No, they're going to hop inside of vehicles. They don't trust this at the time. So they're going to hop into vehicles. They're going to start making their way south. Vox is already going to start leading the way. So separation's going to happen. But Z-Kraken is staying back behind this. He doesn't have an easy way to get out. So gas cans look like they're trying to regroup. Everybody is just trying to play damage control at this stage, just chasing after the circle, but nobody knows what the right move is.
Oh my God, I don't think Luna gas cans realizes how close they just came to maybe securing their spot. Luna, if Luna had waited just a little bit more and taken that pickup, the rest of gas cans would have been in prime position to just spray them down as they were just taking off. But he took the shots just a little bit early, so they were able to pull off of that pickup and just get back into the vehicles and make their way back out. So gas cans still trying to find their way in from the north, but now they're hearing the shots from the Falcons Sonics fight that's going on just on the north side of prison.
TSM finishing out Mercy in the firefight. They did move up into Lumberyard. Updating, we did see the fact that as well, Falcons and Sonics bumped into each other on the outskirts, I guess the eastern side of what was going on with the prison. Luna is moving down to the crates, just south of the road that they were on with Lippo. Gas cans are inside of vehicles, and they're going to be running right next to Sonics. Sonics is caught up looking at Falcons, but it's going to be Luna that gets some vision on them first. A couple of shots going to be coming out from them, so we'll track that inside the kill feed while Sonics are trying to make the push up, trying to spot out Snakers, but Snakers already has an idea on where that's going to be coming from, but also Cowboy could have some vision inside of this.
Yeah, you have SSG coming in. Cowboy has vision. Monster is playing around on the prison cliffside here with Pixel.
Gas cans.
As gas cans have pulled up, and they want a part of this. They want to get involved in this fight. Hikerman going to get taken very low, has to pull back around. He does have support, though, with him, as Beamy will get the knock on a Monster.
Gatekeeping position lined up and set. Falcons are going to have to be moving into this one. SSG now in some trouble. Page going to be down. I believe we also have Monster down. Cowboy so far separated out. Pixel's just kind of isolated. Gas cans wants every bit of this, but TSM is already coming in to backfill onto it. Remember, they just got done with Mercy. They know this firefight's going on, and they're going to have a high ground advantage directly onto Gas Cans, and Gas Cans isn't careful.
You got to be careful, Pixel. Is going to spot out Hikerman, though. That's an initial knock, and Hikerman's not really in a position to get rezzed here. Well, maybe actually, as Vox and Beamy have joined him over here on the cliff edge. So Pixel is just hiding and staying alive in that smoke. Now Seifu has arrived, and he's right on top of Beamy. Beamy's going to find him, and that's going to be it for Mercy. And Pixel does go down as well. So Gas Can's picking up points when they most desperately need them.
SSG still being a bit of a problem. TSM coming in as well. Luna, I think, has put 2 and 2 together. Who's fighting up on top of this hill? They're starting to move next to it, but they aren't moving aggressive. Everything is going up to Lumberyard, and TSM has just been running amok up here, absolutely wrecking everybody's day. And Gas Cans is the new threat that they want to go after. It is going to be Luna. They shift in. They realize the firefight. They're creeping up right back behind Gas Cans. This could be massive.
It absolutely could be Luna needing to be aggressive here. They need to get these points. Pachow, meanwhile, they're just sitting down there trying to survive and play for the late game. But all these other teams that they're in the chase with are collecting points off of kills. The kills are rapidly falling off the board as we see only 25 left alive now. Beamy is going to get spotted up as the Kraken. They got to flush that.
Luna now starting to get control over this area, creeping up into it. TSM backfilling behind this one. What do you do? Gas Cans with near on nowhere. Look, they're just having to hunker down into this position. They are trapped here. They need to get something to happen, but maybe Luna could get caught up in a firefight with TSM, and they could try to exploit it. Nades come out from Luna and instantly send her off, running for the hillside, but Gas Cans, they know they need to cling to life. They know that Luna's behind them, and they are in so much trouble.
I mean, 3 kills is something, but you don't know if it's going to be enough. They managed to make it to the top 8, but they have no idea. But Silzen, Bestia, is going to get 2 knocks on the TSM, and that's going to open up the door for Gas Cans.
Gas Cans still clinging to life right next to Luna. Luna does not want to play this. They're still leaning into safety. They want the kills, but they want to make sure that they get them as cleanly as possible. And you can see they don't want to venture into the mess that's going on over here. Bestia with the sight lines are also kind of slowing this down. All of our teams are pretty much up in the north. Bestia is kind of corralling them all together, and that's kind of stopped Luna in their tracks. They're sitting at 2 kills right now, but they don't have a lot of movement options.
Penta's gone down, though, so Gas Can's now down to 2 players. They have 3 kills as they came into this game only 3 points ahead of Luna Galaxy, but fortunately for Gas Cans, TSM has left. They've left Gas Cans to play around those rocks in prison, and now Luna Galaxy starting to look like they might be leaving as well. So gas cans may get a reprieve here because Luna Galaxy don't stick around to finish them off.
Clinging to life underneath a Pride Rock just saved them so heavy. Downside, though, is if you're an Elevate fan, I think that Vegas is about to get spotted by TSM, who's on their retreat. So,
well, you still got the Spoon still alive somehow.
Oh, yeah. He's over here next to Luna Galaxy, which is its own independent problem.
Yeah. I mean, Luna, you have to kill these gas cans. Like, there is no other game for you right now. You have to kill these gas cans and then make your way on. You can't leave this. You have to finish these guys off. Otherwise, you're still chasing. So I think they realize the situation. They're not.
I think that they've lost
trying
the
to go
sauce,
anywhere
though.
different.
I think that the firefight got so chaotic they don't know who's where anymore.
I don't know. We'll see. They're gonna stay there. Well, we'll see if they stay there long enough now that the circle is centered up over onto logging camp. Now, Legacy's still alive. They still got 2 up, but I don't know if both Legacy and Pichao, I know they're in the chase, but I don't think either of those teams have really gotten any kills. Luna Galaxy and Gas Cans are the only ones really being aggressive here and trying to get points.
Yeah, they're getting position, but position isn't going to be enough when the other 2 above them are just clinging to life. The only downside to everything that's going to be going on, okay, we've got Despoon that's directly behind Luna that can backstab at any given moment for Elevate. Gas Cans are going to be right next to that and can potentially counterbalance onto whatever is going to be going on. Bestia is trying to counter move on to this one, stop out any movement from TSM. They've got the high ground advantage and just want to try to gatekeep. They should be spotting them any given second. Luna is lining up onto Gas Cans. I think that they know where they're at. This could be this could be the firefight that decides it.
Yeah, both Hikerman and Vox hopped into vehicles for just temporarily. They got shot at by Haven, and here we go. Haven shooting through the smoke, gets him down to 1 HP, but doesn't get the knock.
Oh, just clinging to any rock that they can find for cover. They managed to get their meds up. No exchange yet on Nox, so they don't know who they're fighting. Luna Galaxy, you can see, getting some more space to work with, but let's not forget Despoon. He's still creeping up back behind them, and he could backstab at any given moment if he opts into doing it. He might just feed it over to Blue, but he also might see the opportunity for a kill. Gas Cans, though, being forced to play back into the Blue is going to be more problematic as it goes. Hikerman, he's just going to throw himself out into the Blue. He's going to go down. Gas Cans are choosing to surrender this one. They don't want to give the points to Luna, but that's going to be a big problem.
I mean, they had no choice. They had no other option. They were dead to rights. Luna had them right there, but they're not going to get the points off of them. But that's only 3 kills for Gas Cans. They finished in 7th place, so that'll be what, 1 place and 2 placement points, or now I'm so flustered
Luna
I can't even remember.
live?
But now Luna just pushing into Pichao here.
I mean, I understand why Gas Cans did what they did. They didn't want to give over the 2 points because that only makes it a 1 differential. There's a chance that Luna walks into this and they could just instantly get picked off by another team. They're playing on the hope that somebody is going to come after them. Despoon could have been that factor, but he doesn't have a chance, man. He's just walking back behind this one. And now it's just kind of settled in. Legacy in the center, Bestia kind of dancing around Lumberyard itself, and Pichao right next to Luna. Pichao potentially going to clinch in Gas Can's positionings, but if Luna pick up the kills, Luna makes it.
This is like worst possible scenario for Gas Cans regardless, because even if Luna Galaxy goes down to Pichao, then Pichao now has a chance of trying to catch them and get past them here as we check back with the Spoon, still looking over in that direction. He knows that they're there, but not really anything he can do.
Despoon surviving right now is actually really big for the leaderboard. The longer he stays alive, buys more placement points and keeps this more compressed right next to each other. So now it is going to be TSM spotting out what's going to be going on with Bestia. They're going to take some shots into this one. TSM just trying to defend. Their backs are up against the wall. So now just a peek here or there. Sitting at 6 kills, TSM still continuing a reign of terror of their own. Bestia just trying to pick up some more points, get some more PGC points to work around. But up in the north, Luna's starting to take some shots. They have spotted out Pichao.
Yeah, oh man.
And remember, it's 3 points, guys. 3 points is the difference that became in between Gas Cans and Luna.
Somehow, the Spoon's staying alive, and now Pichao has spotted out Luna, and the grenade not going to be enough to take down Haven just yet, but you can see Vinny will go down to fake sin, and that should be ringing the dinner bell here for Pichao. They've got to push into that.
They know who the threat is that's going to be next to him. Haven's already taken a lot of damage. Smokes are going to be coming down. They're just playing into defense. Sprays coming out, just seeing if maybe they can catch anything, but they're not going to find it. TSM has gotten eliminated. That's another squad out, and now Gas Cans has got to start biting their fingernails. The challenge starting to move into Luna, but Luna's going to start moving. It is going to be at the rough same time that Despoon managed to come out of the blue zone. They're in a vehicle just trying to crest over this hillside. What are you going to do, Despoon? This could be big.
Oh, he's got the AUG out. Oh, they turned just in time. And they're gonna just run. They're gonna run to the sniper tower. They're gonna try to res their fallen man. Actually, Vinny will bleed out in the process. So Luna now down to 3. And look at Legacy. They've left their compound. Gizera is hunting around, trying to see if he can find any knocks or anything to take shots at here, because I think Legacy realizing, okay, we've made it to the late game, but we still won't have enough points to catch everybody else.
This is just, I don't know. I don't know how close it is anymore. I don't know how many kills the Gas Cans got. Luna's sitting on 2. They're out surviving right now, but Despoon just continuing to survive is so big for Gas Cans. Every single time a squad goes down, it just gets more and more complicated for them. The numbers just get more chaotic to try to deal with. Bestia now under some duress. It's going to be, oh, Despoon gets spotted though. He's going to drop down, but there's only one member still alive for Bestia, as it's going to be Legacy taking shots. But Chow, I think, heard this firefight as well, and they're trying to wrap into the north to see if they can spot anything.
They have to. Legacy got the double knock onto Bestia, and now they're instantly leaving their compound to try to go over there and see if they can secure those kills, get those points, and try to make their way for this late game. Pachao, they're all the way on the eastern side. They can't get involved into anything here, as there you go, another knock from Gizera onto Sharpshot, and it's down to just DraftKing as Gizera's pushing with the P90. He's going to hide behind the smoke for as long as he can. Gizera wants this so bad. Legacy might be able to collect at least one more point, and the Molotov not going to spread long enough.
But it's another team still just barely clinging to life. Finally, he goes down, and we've entered our top 4. That is going to be a problem for the Gas Cans. Luna feeling really good. They leaned into the survival. The Spoon's still going to be back behind him. Legacy trying to find more. Pachella still trying to find more. It's about pretty much placement points coming out for these guys for PGC, but Luna, they might have gotten it by surviving.
They might have, but they still have to worry about Pachao and Legacy chasing them. Like, it's not by any means secure, and somehow Despoon's still alive here. The Kraken has spotted him out, and he's waiting for him to peek, but Despoon not wanting to do so. So we'll see how this plays out. Oh man, it's going to come down to just fractions of a point, it feels like.
This is very important. Remember that placement points are going to be a deciding factor on tiebreakers. If that does come into something we're going to be looking at, I believe that was our first primary tiebreaker. Well, don't quote me on it, but I believe that to be the case. So with Luna still kind of out surviving Gas Cans in this one, that could be extremely influential.
Legacy coming into this match, Legacy and Pachao had a lot of placement points, and I'm sorry, Luna Galaxy and Pachao had a lot of placement points, but Legacy was lacking in that part of their game. They had a lot of kills, but not so much placement. So we'll see what happens here, but that's still a long way to go here, as Despoon has been spotted out. Well, that's still Luna, knowing exactly where they are. But, oh, there it is. Legacy's actually going to get it. So that's another point in the bag for RBN.
Just cannot find the kills that they want right now. Luna dancing around, playing for the late game is paying off for them. Pachao, they've got the numbers advantage. It's a 4v3v2. It's a Legacy looking Luna's direction and Pachao looking Luna's direction.
But they need kills, though. They still only have 2. And Gas Cans, I think they might have. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to try to do the mental math. I think they ended up with 3 overall, but they also got some placement points. So I'm not 100% sure. But Luna Galaxy, even with that, I mean, they should be able to jump them if they get the win. But I mean, who knows? Well, let's just see how this thing plays out, man.
We're just along for the ride. Pachao is going to have one of its members go down. It's going to be a Z Kraken that spots it. Are we going to go for a flush as well? You can see instantly getting picked up. Pachao wants to retreat away from this, realizing the fact that the threat on the leaderboard is very, very close to them. They're just trying to step away. They want to deny any points. They want to get the res back in. But Legacy is creeping forward, back behind Luna. Luna's now gate kept out of this circle. It's going to be Legacy on one side and Pachao on the other, and they have got to find some way to fight their way into this one. Legacy might overstep, though. They have got to be careful. With the smoke's coming down, you can see that it's going to be Luna Galaxy dancing around. They can't find the kill just quite yet, but they want it. Meanwhile, Pachao's still waiting to go for that res.
Oh my God, Pachao picking him up and immediately running away and denying Luna another point. So Luna still on just 2 kills as Legacy now putting their full attention over towards them. The smokes are being laid down. The smoke wall is complete. Pachao not getting involved in this at all, really. They're waiting to see who comes out at the end.
Hey, Luna, you're going to have to fight your way into it. Gizera starting to show his face over on the side. Kraken, you got yourself a bolty close range. It's been paying off in a couple of these skirmishes, but that's a P90 on the other side, and it's waiting to rip. Gizera wants to go RBN. Looks like he spotted a bit of this one, going for a couple of shots. Gizera still having to wait for the counter move around. Haven doesn't want to go for the peak just quite yet. While this is going on, Pachao's kind of just waiting. They want to pounce in on this firefight. Quick exchange. It's going to be Gizera that gets knocked on 1, but Gizera's going to go down as well. RBN gets a counter knock into it. Luna down to 2, but they manage to take down a Legacy. It's going to be 2 members of Luna versus all of Pachao come running into Lumberyard.
Oh, Pachao gonna send it, try to get there before they can get the res, but Posa just running out into the blue. I think they realize the situation. I think they know that this is done. It's over. They're just gonna deny the points for Pachao, and there's nothing Pachao can do. They've only got 2 kills.
Oh, waited a bit too long, Pachao. So you're going to get 2 kills and a victory, but that is going to make this super tight. I don't know. I don't know, Poro. I honestly don't.
Wow. The point denial at the end there, they knew exactly who it was. They got the knock. They knew it was Pachao. They had, unless they knew exactly how many kills Pachao had, but they said, look, we're in a bad way. We've taken a knock. Pachao is full strength. They're going to run right down on us. Let's just send it into the blue right now and make sure that they don't get any of those points. But look at that, 12 for Pachao, 11 for Legacy, 11 for Bestia, Luna Galaxy with 10. Gas Cans only get 4 overall. Oof. I think Luna Galaxy have passed them.
Here we go, guys. We're going to show you the leaderboard from the last round moving into this one and then refresh it so that way we can see it all together. So if you see this initial one, it's not it. It's going to refresh into who is going to be our top 4 teams. So our initial leaderboard coming into this round was Gas Cans, 3-point separation. Luna Galaxy just right back behind them. You can see Pachao 9 points back behind that. This is why Luna Galaxy, what Poro was talking about, dove out into the blue zone. They did not even want to give them 2 points because they couldn't track the amount of kills. But Poro, it's time. You take it over.
All right, who's going to be on? Luna Galaxy gets it by 3 points. Gas Cans, absolute heartbreak. They did so much in these final 2 games, but what a performance coming from Luna Galaxy to secure their spot, the final spot at Esports World Cup, where they will be joining TSM and Falcons and the Sonics.
A stellar all-around qualifier. Let's give laurels where it's due. This has been some crazy games. Big shout out, Luna, Vinny, Posa, Z-Kraken, and Haven. You guys managed to pull it together here at the end, and that was a pressure game. Let's be real. There was so much going on.
Jeez, man, that was. You think about Gas Cans. They almost got hot dropped. They got hot dropped. They got camped. They managed to avoid all of that to get to that late game, to come into the north side where the circle just hard shifted away from them, and they were doing everything that they needed to do. They were being aggressive. They were trying to go out there and get points where they could get them, and they were doing basically what Pachao wasn't doing, and it ends up costing Pachao the spot in there. But Luna Galaxy, all credit in the world, dude. They were getting involved in those fights. I was a little bit nervous when I thought that they were going to leave Gas Cans over there by the prison cliffs, but and in the end, Gas Cans, they gave themselves over to the blue, right? Like that was the situation that they were in. That was the best possible outcome that they thought they could have.
They knew that it was a 3-point differential. That's why they had to go ahead. They didn't want to go ahead and step into Luna Galaxy, because if they both died to Luna Galaxy, then it just becomes 1. And then remember the fact that they're going to die. So that means the placement point's going to shift in as well. So that's why we saw a complete denial there at the end coming out from Gascans. Then whenever we saw Luna Galaxy, they realized that Pachal was right on their tail. They didn't want to give them 2 points because they were busy trying to track what was going on with Gascans. They might not have had an idea on how many kills that Pachal had, but they just knew the numbers advantage wasn't for them. They were going to lose the firefight, so don't give them the 2 points. Just go ahead and let them know they're going to get the victory and stepped out in the blue zone. And 1 or 2 points, we talked about how important it was coming into this. It became real important real fast at the end.
I mean, we talked about how often we saw just the whole weekend teams finishing games by denying their kills and giving them over to the blue. Well, at the end of the day, 3 points. 3 points is what separated fourth from fifth. And the 3 points is what kept Gascans from going to Riyadh and going to this tournament, the Esports World Cup. So, but again, all congratulations in the world due to Sonics. Obviously, unbelievable performance, just blowing everybody up in first place. I mean, they were already qualified for Esports World Cup. They really had nothing to play for here other than PGC points, and they still just ran roughshod over this entire lobby. Falcons were looking pretty shaky coming into this tournament, into this weekend, but they managed to right the ship and they finished in second place overall. TSM, another great performance for them as well. And we've already spoken about Luna Galaxy. Can't be happier for those guys for what they were able to pull off here today.
So here we go. We are now off to Riyadh, headed to Saudi Arabia Esports World Cup, where you're going to see these guys compete against the best in the world. Massive prize pool, everything on the line. Keep in mind, it's going to be Sonics, Falcons, TSM, and Luna Galaxy, and it is going to be a show. I mean, hell, the qualifiers were a show. This was an absolutely amazing set of qualifiers, so close all the way into the end of it. So we're going to go ahead and close out the show. We just want to say a thank you to everybody that played through every single stage of the rounds moving into this, all the way back in the opens. You guys played your hearts out every step of the way, and it shows. You guys put on one hell of a show, and I'm so glad that we just got to sit and enjoy watching it all. We will see you guys over in Riyadh here real soon. Still then, enjoy playing PUBG. We'll see you in Riyadh.